By the way, if I ever suddenly go silent, it's because my aunt's coming to check up on me, and I don't want to.
That is completely fair.
Hello, honk friend.
Yay, a new person. We are currently live. If you... We're awesome. We got a couple people in chat. Sweet. All right. Okay, so we've got at least two people observing and a couple people in voice chat, so we're probably going to get going. And okay, honk friend dropped out. All right, so Dragon, it looks like it's you and I, at least for reading right now. Unless Fleece... Yep. Unless Fleece wants to hop in to do voicing for anything.
Oh, that might be fun if you would have me, but it'd probably just be my voice.
It does not matter. It's a voice that is distinct from the other voices.
Yeah, and I mean, like by the 15th hour we're in it, and like my voice is starting to sound like a bit of like sandpaper.
Yeah.
I would very much appreciate a break.
So funny story from yesterday, which Fleece will know already, and I don't know, Dragon, if you were listening. So I read a not safe for work-ish chapter to start with, and said at the end, hey, so that's probably going to be the only time I'm reading anything like that. You know, if you're bothered by that, don't worry. And then we ended up getting through all of the next story, including the not safe for work chapter. And Bucky and Rye jumped in right in the middle of that. And Rye's comment was, are June and Roxy having sex? Like,
they sure are.
They absolutely are. You picked the best time to get into that story.
That's a picture. Oh my god, I can't get that picture out of my head now. Oh no.
It was not explicit. I don't currently write smut, but it is.
I think there was some butt touching, and it was very tender and sweet.
I love how you had to specify and say currently.
I'm working on mine, but I'm still haven't gotten to the actual part.
Yeah, I'm.
Honk friend, host of podiums. Oh, hey, host of podiums.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
My
microphone isn't that
for
good.
For clarity, in like maybe like 3 weeks ago, me and Podiums were in a voice call, and she was doing some Minecraft business and cleaning up her friend's, was it the turtle aquarium?
'Twas my turtle aquarium. Well, technically my turtle aquarium. I didn't want it to be a turtle aquarium.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Oh, good
That's
heavens.
all right. Don't worry about it.
But yes, technically it's my turtle aquarium. It's supposed to be a turtle farm, but now it's turning into a turtle aquarium.
All right.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
oh,
no
never
worries.
mind. I got called and then declined.
This is an essential part of the streaming experience. The talking back and forth that lasts longer than any of the
utter
reading.
Chaos. The complete and utter chaos.
The 2-hour tangent conversations.
All right, so guys, let's talk about the entire philosophy of life in the universe.
Yes.
Oh yes.
Chocolate and 32.
We have the author of the first fic on our list in the stream here. So, all right. Yeah, so let's do some reading. The first fic we're doing is Judgment Day, which is written by one of the Belmonts, I believe Maddie. They can correct me in chat if that's incorrect. It is a June Egbert coming out story, and
June Egbert is the best and deserves to be protected.
I agree.
Agreed.
So,
yes.
Okay, Maddie has written about 90% of it. Cool. Thank you for that information. So first chapter, we have parts for Jade, for John at this point.
Me.
That's fine. We have a narrator part, and okay, I think that's it. So who wants to
I'll be narrator for now.
You'll be narrator. Who wants to do Jade, or am I doing Jade?
Jade with the masculine
Southern
voice.
Jade. It's gonna be Texas Jade.
Oh, can I try Jade? I said it, but sometimes it doesn't pick me up.
Oh, no,
so
that's fine.
hopefully
Cool.
that's not a problem.
All right. Fleece is Jade. Hasha is the
Yay!
narrator, and Dragon is John. So, all right. I'm just going to kind of scroll as y'all are reading. So, go to it.
Oh wait, I should
right.
probably look at the thing so I can read it. Okay.
Yes, it'll be on my stream, and
That
I
was-
will scroll down as y'all are reading.
Yes, half of reading is having eyes.
Whoa.
You're playing a girl character?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Oh, because they're cute.
Hmm.
And they get better outfit options. Well, I'd rather stare at girl's ass than a guy's ass. I am not a homosexual. Well, why are you playing a furry?
John,
What?
I am part dog, John.
I am part dog, John. Okay, boomer. Okay, but that doesn't mean you're a furry.
I am also a furry.
Since when?
Since always? I don't have a fursuit and that stuff, but I've thought about it a lot.
Well, it's not like I can be a girl, can I?
Do you want to be a girl?
I love it so much.
I don't know. That's not even possible, is it?
Have you looked?
Everything I found online has just said stuff about gender identity disorder, and I don't have disorders. That means it's bad, right?
A therapist.
Oh,
You should
John.
ask Rose about that.
Yes, Rose with her 15 years of therapist experience. just being of the light aspect automatically gives you that therapy degree. They're like, oh shit, here you go. From the jump. I guess so. I don't see her much in my dreams though. And what the? You see Rose in your dream? And she's still 2 years away. This doesn't matter. Why does this matter?
I'm miserable for the past year. I know all the stuff we search online says it's puberty and mood swings and stuff, but this seems a bit weird. I saw you staring off into the distance of the mirror last night and had to say your name like 8 times before you responded.
No! What is this? Ask John 20 questions about his inner turmoils and not having disorders? I'm fine. I'm happy. Look at me. Changing my character to a boy, okay? What?
You seem
Wait, I'm sorry. What?
like really sad all the time. I don't know.
No! Everything is fine, right? Everything is fine and great. I get to be around my best friends who are dating, and I get to see you and Jade and also Dave Sprite. Yes, Dave Sprite, the best friend of years that I've had. Isn't this fun, Jade? Don't you see how much I'm smiling?
Hey, it's a yellow. I will drop it, okay?
Testosterone! I think I'm done
Okay.
playing Ghostbusters today.
John took a step away from his computer and sighed. He was shaking. He was angry, but he did. I'm so sorry.
Sorry. Just had to go grilling on him real quick.
I'm an admin. I can mute people.
There was a feeling he couldn't quite describe. Like some deep, inexplicable wrongness in his chest that he couldn't quite describe. Like his clothes were wrong, his clothes didn't fit, but they did fit, but they... Hey, John!
Is that me?
That's
is,
you.
Is that me?
Yes!
It's just not color
I'm
coded. That's
just-
all.
Wait.
I'm just the narrator.
Ah!
Good heavens. Okay.
Well done.
He clutched his head and screamed, zooming down the hallway of the Sky
Brr.
battleship that he was now stuck on for the next 2 years. He should have just gone to the meteor. He wished he could just have...
That's you,
I
please.
think that's Jade.
Guys, I'm the narrator. I don't say the voices just because it's not color-coded.
Sorry, I didn't know I was the therapist.
No, that's.
Oh, good heavens.
Oh, is that
You're
the
the- you're-
therapist?
Oh, that's the therapist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
Who's
me.
the
Oh.
therapist?
I'm the therapist now, John.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, smooth, velvety tone, masculine man. I appreciate you. Make me feel safe. Anyway, go ahead.
What?
Go.
Narrator.
Okay.
Narrator.
Re-
Yeah.
Okay, reality came back into focus. A clock ticked in the room around him. John was staring at a wall. He turned into his chair and looked back at the person calling his name.
He turned into a chair.
I thought I lost you for a second. Were you dissociating again?
He blinked, not meeting his therapist's eyes, then looked down at his hands.
Maybe.
We're running up at the end of the hour, John. Are you gonna be okay?
Maybe.
He heard his therapist sigh. They were frustrated with him again, probably.
This is the third time today you've dissociated, John. While I am here to help, I do need you to stay present with me. Now, let me ask you the question again, John. Is there anything...
He stopped listening. Was this helping him? Was he just wasting his time? It was Rose's idea, but he wasn't sure if she understood what he was going through.
John?
He snapped back to reality again.
The hour is up, John.
He looked around. The clock did move again.
Oh,
Clock.
sorry.
The clock.
Oh, sorry. I was currently undergoing mitosis.
It's okay.
Yeah, sorry.
He felt his body move without him. It was cold and heavy.
He's not doing spirit. He's just doing spirit walking. It's like a normal thing in D&D. It is what it is.
It walked out of the therapist's office and the door shut behind him. His body walked towards the front desk and his body...
Wow, damn. It's a really well-functioning body.
One second. The way that was phrased, I don't know how... I don't know why, but that was phrased in a way that just made me like...
Just imagine like the whole body like ragdolling, just flopping on the floor. Trying to get up.
That is definitely that is actually a super good description of like dissociation and dysphoria.
The whole body moves. Telekinesis.
I'm okay. Okay. 1 second, I need to get some water or something.
All right, go ahead.
Sorry, it's just the way that was phrased just made me lose it. It happened when I was voicing stuff for my friend. His body walked towards the front desk and his body made an appointment. Same time as next week.
Same shit, different day, man. It is what it is. Your body just like you know, sometimes you just get raised. You just like okay.
Oh gosh. To everyone you hear, this is normal.
Do we have like a cleric here?
Feedback.
Yeah, someone's got their headphones off.
That was Pagliacci.
Okay.
He walked out and became
transform into an airplane.
And began the long flight. Does that say flight? Flight.
That
okay.
says flight. It says fligahut.
Because they can literally fly.
I wasn't sure if it was flight or fight because my screen makes the text just a little bit too small. Okay. The long flight back to his house, pulling his phone out and typing a quick message to a friend. I tap out.
I was sitting there for a minute and I was wondering like why he said that he was having a flight there, because I'm like, wouldn't that be expensive to spend $300 to go and see your therapist whenever
it's on Earthsea in
right?
this part. It's skipping
right.
Yeah,
correct.
That same thing happened to me. It's like, is it fight or flight? Because flight doesn't seem right. Oh wait, right, God tier.
Yep.
Like my thoughts literally got interrupted with, oh right, God tier.
Right. All right. All right.
All right.
All right.
Redacted, you're up.
Hey, I know you're probably not going to see this, what with you probably being dead and all, but I miss you. You were a constant source of knowledge and direction when I was a kid, and I could use some direction now.
Excuse me,
Everything
kitten?
sucks.
Did you say kitten, or was that just me hearing things weird?
I think you heard things weird. I
Yeah, I
don't
think that was
remember
your
the
audio.
Okay, because I heard kitten, and I was very confused.
Yeah, I'm sorry, kitten. I wish I could be there for you. I'm in therapy now for depression because Rose wants me to, but I kind of hate this. Every time the therapist says something, I just end up thinking about how I fucked up with someone in the past, and then I have to relive the conversation, or even worse, I end up just watching myself die again. Fucking time shenanigans. Sometimes not even a death I experienced. She says I'm traumatized. So what? It's not like I can be fixed. Do I even need fixing? What if she's wrong and actually this is a normal, just like... Oh, this is normal, not this is a normal. This is normal, just like everyone else. People have dreams of themselves getting graphically murdered by an invincible time demon, right?
Wow.
You should probably ask Dave
Normal things.
if that's the case.
That's definitely a cry for therapy if I've ever seen one. And he is in therapy right now.
If John has it this bad, imagine how Dave has it.
Oh no! Oh no!
That man sees a problem, his heart goes.
That or Smuppet. Both things.
He
Both
sees
things.
Wow.
Both things enact the exact same fear response.
All right.
And he will not. He refuses to explain to anyone why Smuppets enact the fear response that trauma does. Refuses.
You're probably dead. Who is he referring to?
He
Terezi, maybe?
is talking to Vriska, I believe.
Vibin!
Vibing and chilling and vibing.
The assumption this was his dad.
Sorry.
Oh, I thought I was getting yelled at. I thought I was in trouble. I wish I could know what to do.
Thought it was... Sorry.
I wish I could do. I wish I could know what to do next, like you. We won now, and there's nothing else. I'm gonna go stare in the mirror and try not to think about dying.
Also, yeah, I have literal children here, but I'm muting the mic on the stream, so y'all are hearing it, but everyone on Twitch is not.
Oh,
Oops.
babies.
You're good. Yes, they are.
How many are on there?
Are they small and screaming?
They're not small and screaming right now, but one of them wanted me to approve some apps for her laptop.
Oh baby, oh baby.
The most important thing ever.
I saw this,
and
I
can't leave more than one kudos.
I saw this TikTok, and it said me whenever I'm like 12 and trying to get my mom and dad to approve me buying a $1 like app on my iPad, and it was the Shark Tank like intro playing in the background and like this girl walking up, and I felt that. I had to make like sometimes like whole I never had to get to the point where I had to make a PowerPoint, but trying to explain why I should deserve having a $1 app on my phone was definitely a vibe of like yesteryear.
Wow. Yeah. I still can't get paid apps. Like, I think if I asked, I might have a better chance, but I definitely couldn't when I was younger.
All right. Now,
Wanted to ask, John, did you want to read this next section?
So I was going to say we're on business now, which is
heavens.
We have narrator, we have Feferi, and we have Jade. So I'll do the narrator. Who wants to do Jade? Who wants to do Feferi?
Thank you. I'll be Feferi.
Cool. Okay. And who wants to do Jade? Felice, you want to do your Jade?
Yeah.
Cool.
I would love to do my Jade.
Awesome. And also, since I'm not sure when you feel like would be a good stopping point,
There's another line break
Another
at the
line
end
break.
of this section.
all right, cool. Yeah, I was looking through it and it looked like that would probably be a good amount, but I wasn't sure if you had additional thoughts.
No, I think that's a good section for today.
All right. And for those of you in listening in who maybe haven't heard the rest of this, this is a story that Fleece wrote, which is kind of a sort of fantasy, like Age of Flintlocks type technology AU with Jade and Feferi. It's really interesting. Jade is like a witch, and Feferi is like a sea witch. And at this point,
A switch.
if you, I'm not going to say it.
You know what? Yeah,
There you
it's
go.
canon now.
I'll let the
Or like a
author
witch.
comment on that one. And
I'm
at
like
this
a
point,
wee. She's a
Jade-
wee.
Jade has descended to the depths to try to find a way to lift the, or to find a way to control Beck, who has kind of gone a little bit killing people recently.
So yeah, so I guess the summary is up till now, Jade was living as a witch in the mountains, and she does experimental magic in order to try to help improve people's lives.
Ooh, tea.
But Beck accidentally interrupted the last one, and it turned her in basically into Grimbark Jade, but less murderous,
Yeah.
and Beck into like Monster Beck.
Yeah.
So she has come to the seaside, to her childhood home, to not be around people that Beck can kill, and then also so she can try to research magic that would turn him back to normal. And her research and memory is basically like, there's a witch at the bottom of the sea that makes sea silk, which is this magical material that has like ridiculous properties. And she's like, I'm going to go to the bottom of the sea and ask the witch to make me a leash for Beck.
Yep.
To make him not murder people.
And this was
Sounds fun.
Was this this was the Lady Stuck exchange piece you wrote, correct?
Yes, this
Yes.
is the main Lady Stuck piece I wrote.
Yeah, because we all ended
Lady-
up like volunteering to switch it for a bunch of like.
Lady stuck.
It was an exchange that focused on female characters and WLW content.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's actually
Oh.
an older exchange, but I think the
Otherwise
people
known
who
as
ran
the
it this
best
year
content.
are younger and not the older organizers.
I believe you're
from
correct
previous
about that.
exchanges.
Yeah. Yeah, I did a couple pieces for it as well. Yeah, I signed up.
Oh, I loved your art.
Oh, thank you. I had a lot of fun with that. I actually was drawing something completely different and I hated it, so I completely scrapped it and redid it. But it came out nicely. All right, so we'll start reading. When you reach the bottom of the dark, you see a mermaid, presumably the Witch of Life, heiress to the sea. Her human half emerges out of the wall of black water that's the end of the path. She holds a double-edged trident and what looks like a metal-weighted net, her arms lit with white ley lines which flare off a truly ridiculous amount of gold. She's kind of huge and looks much older than you. It's hot.
Absolutely. Would not
Yes.
want anyway else.
They've not sent a land dweller before.
The mermaid says.
Are you here for my crown?
They? I am but myself, and here only for my dog.
You say, echoing her formal tone. The sea witch's brow is adorned by a circlet of gold. Gold shines on her wrists, makes her trident, and weaves through the braids of her hair. There's also gold amongst the fuchsia brocade of her sleeveless top. Sea silk, much of that may end up being.
What's a dog?
She asks, tilting the top end of the trident away. You feel safer for a split second. It takes you to realize this brings the bottom end closer, and that she probably knows how to switch her grip in an instant if she's fighting with a weapon so fierce.
And what is that weapon? A gun?
She says.
If you don't put that down, I'll kill you, and I don't care what you want.
So you lay it by your feet. Don't risk anything bad happening now, you tell yourself. You're doing this for Beck.
Land dwellers are so weird. Touch the water.
She commands. With some hesitation, you do. The water is nearly freezing, and you flinch back.
Thanks. That was enough for me.
She says.
Now, what was that thing you were talking about?
My dog? It's a pet?
You say.
I don't know if you've ever seen land-dwelling animals.
They're very cute.
She says, interrupting you, suddenly smiling. It takes years off her face. She looks even younger than you now.
I love my cuttlefish, but those things float about in the air, look like they're swimming too. And some of them do swim. They dive and get pretty deep. Do you call those dogs?
You can't stop staring at her jagged teeth. Your canines are a pale imitation of them.
Those are birds. I'm pretty sure you're talking about birds. Dogs are mammals, like seals. Do seals swim this deep? Dogs can't have ears like I do.
You say, moving the ones on top of your head.
And forelegs with claws like mine, and tails.
The woman stares.
Are you sure you're not a dog?
You stamp your foot, annoyance flaring.
Human, obviously.
You just barely can keep from baring your teeth. How dumb would it be to antagonize probably the only person who can help you recover Beck? Well, your gun is still right there if things go that wrong. You reloaded it before it got too dark.
I've never spoken with a human.
She says. Her voice and body language are really intense.
And I don't think I've seen a dog before, so how would I know? Are you idiot as well as human? I thought some of them could think.
You're sort of at a loss for words. You don't even think she means to insult you. Her energy is not off-putting, but bewildering. You decide to get straight to the point.
He's family to me. He practically raised me. I was casting a spell and it went wrong, and it made him different.
You avoid saying like you or like your kind by a hair's breadth. Phew.
He won't stop killing animals, and if we were not so close, I think he would kill me too. I would beg thee for a leash to tame him.
Feferi's eyes widen.
So you just want to be safe.
She says slowly.
Well, yes.
You admit, because you aren't going to deny you've been having nightmares and waking up thinking you feel his teeth piercing your throat.
But Beck is gentle by nature. He hunted only to eat, and now he wastes so much life for no reason. And I'm afraid for other humans. If they were to come across us, he would not suffer them breathing much longer.
You don't know if this would be an effective plea for a bloodthirsty sea dweller, but you're trying your best. You notice her trident is parallel to the ground now, her hold on it loose. Hopefully, that's a good sign.
Then the dog is named Beck.
She says.
What is your name, human?
Jade.
You say.
Jade Harley.
Okay.
She says. You guess she doesn't feel like she needs to offer her own name back.
Jade, what do you need me to do?
Tell that you are the ancient witch who reigns at the bottom of the sea.
You say, not knowing if flattery is what you should be going for here. Shit, is calling her ancient flattering? Too late now.
That you are the only one who knows how to weave the sea silk from the sea sheep, and it has immense power for protection.
You take the little piece you have out of the pocket of your coat and hold it up.
Oops, sorry, thought that was you.
No worries.
It comes from clams, not whatever a sheep is.
The mermaid answers, peering at the cloth. She uses the trident, longer than you first thought, that's terrifying, to lift it out of your hands and carry it to her own.
And the ancient witch who rules is definitely my sister, not me. This looks familiar. I think I wove like this when I was really young.
She says.
It must be from my childhood. How did you get this?
Fell out of a book in my grandfather's library.
You don't remember how you got it, only that you gave it to him. You feel that wouldn't necessarily be safe to mention.
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't steal from you.
She screeches with laughter.
Nobody can steal from me.
She says. You raise your hands.
I wouldn't for sure.
You say. She laughs again.
You're so different from everyone I've met. A human coming into the ocean, asking for a favor and making jokes. I haven't heard a joke in years. Moms don't count. I don't think she knows what humor is. That's really exciting. Nothing exciting ever happens to me anymore.
You don't know what's best to say here. This whole conversation has honestly been a struggle for you, so you just ask.
didn't pick up. Will you help me?
The mermaid beams.
Yes, Jade, I'll help you. But you have to stay with me. I haven't had a good visitor in age. Maybe ever. So how would I find a human on land? I'd have to give the thing to you after all. And I'm all fin.
She straps her trident to her back and then lunges for you. You scream and grab your gun, but there's no way to get an accurate shot off so close to your target, and then she's dragging you into the water. The next minute is probably the scariest you've ever experienced. When you first transformed, you didn't fully understand what was happening. Now you're completely aware that a sea dweller has you in her inescapable grip. You can't breathe. You can't move. You can't tell which way is up. You can't see, partly because the water is totally dark, and partly because the mermaid's light lines are shining off her scales and all her bling dazzling you. And you can't feel anything because the water is colder than snow. You feel like a toy being drowned in mountain headwaters. Luckily you reach air before you actually start drowning. The first thing you say as you are tossed into the room of air is,
No.
which was waiting to burst out of you during the whole of the terrifying little journey you just made. The second is,
Fuck.
I get you.
I actually like that it just caught that.
Yeah, it cut.
And the
It
second
cut. All I heard. It cut for me, so all I heard was that last little bit. So I just hear static. I can't say the actual word because my little sister is in the room, but whatever.
Yeah, no,
Bruh.
that was
And then-
awesome.
second word is fuck, and the third thing I want to say was pog, 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 pog champ, pog champ, pog champ. I was waiting for a moment. Oh my god. Okay, I got it out.
Okay. I
Pog champ.
got you through. Stop making me laugh when you finish. I got you through before your lungs were damaged, at least.
She says, as if pulling a human underwater was a reasonable action to take without warning.
You seem fine if you can say anything.
You pant from anger and the cold.
You can't just kidnap me.
You yell when you catch your breath.
That never stopped anyone from trying for me.
Mutters the sea dweller. What?
Oh, that was supposed to be a mutter.
That's all right.
Oh,
Lately, you've been thinking it was a little cool that you could see in the dark because of the change. You never realized, though, that underwater would be so much blacker than night. The mermaid's light lines are no longer glowing, and you feel alone and afraid.
We should be friends.
The mermaid says from somewhere near you.
My name is Fairy Pixies. Well, I'm her royal condensation, but you can call me Fairy.
Fairy.
Royal
You
Rain.
say slowly in an attempt not to snarl.
I will freeze to death down here unless you do something about that soon, and I can't see a thing.
Do all humans have such a temper? I thought that was a sea dweller thing.
She says, and then starts singing. It was a foul and harsh noise, and you grind your teeth till you realize it must be her magic. The room lights up with clusters of pearls crossing the ceiling and walls. They may be radiating heat, too. The air is warmer already.
Is that better? I haven't sung that one in years.
Fairy says. She's in a pose common in classical art of mermaids. There's a circular pool of water in the floor, which must be how you entered, and she is resting her head in her arms at the edge of it. The low pink light makes her look flushed and pretty, and flints off all the gold thread and pearls of water in her braids. Her face is very human, but for the yellow of her eyes and the fangs curling over her lips. You realize you're staring. Now that you can see properly, you turn to observe the room instead of watching Fairy watch you. It would not be out of place in an ancient ruin on land, with its intricate decoration, and it is clearly well maintained. You suspect the surfaces may all be grown and carved from some deep-sea species of coral. Slender columns and latticed arches make a ripple ring around the moon pool. Clinging to the walls is a layer of water about 1.5 meters thick, with various small creatures swimming or scuttling around in it. There are channels radiating out from the center pool inset into the floor so that they may return to the rest of the ocean. Patterned cloth hides what you think may be passageways to other rooms. It's all very colorful and lively. It's becoming warmer than before, but you're still cold.
It's better, but if you're going to host me, you have to properly accommodate a fragile human. My clothes are soaked and I need something to keep me from freezing.
There's some blankets right there. Don't be dramatic.
Why does a mermaid have blankets anyway?
You grouch, going over to the heap, undressing, and using one to towel yourself dry. Farfari says,
We used to make piles with them.
her expression looks a little vague, as if she's reminiscing.
I can see that.
You say delicately, I mean, isn't this a pile, you think? Another dry blanket tied around your shoulders, you wring out your clothes into the moon pool as best you can. Farfari has no idea what pants are, clearly, and doesn't seem like the kind of person you can borrow clothes from in any case. You can't repress your curiosity, and end up asking her why she has this room full of air instead of water.
Oh!
She blinks.
I used to have a friend that was really into land. So he magicked the suite to have air and be warm and bright and everything.
You shake out your coat.
What happened to him?
Farfari laughs. There's a weird sharpness to it. She says,
I don't care what happened to him.
you feel awkward for bringing it up, but Farfari doesn't seem to notice your discomfort.
I never got rid of them because I needed somewhere to store dead water to rinse sea silk in, and it can only be spun in air.
Oh,
You say.
that's really interesting. Does dead water mean fresh water?
Ugh, it isn't fresh at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
Farfari makes a face.
I guess you'd have to be breathing it.
You say.
So you've swum up river?
She nods.
Sea lions like to go to the delta for fun on dares. I tried to follow them once, but I got really bloated and I couldn't sense anything properly, so I came back instead.
This is fascinating. You'd never imagine you'd get a coherent interview concerning the physiology of another species. It's a good opportunity to learn what you can, so you ask.
I sense.
Plus, Farfari doesn't seem put off by all the questions.
I can sense movements in the water with my tail. Do humans have a special sense? Oh, spatial.
Like that. Oh, not like that.
You say, leaning towards her.
So is that like the lateral line that fish have? Oh, that must be why you sense the tunnel that I shot through the ocean.
You're an idiot.
Farfari laughs. She seems kind of giggly in general.
That'd be like saying your fingerprints are why you sense an earthquake. By the way, I have fingerprints. You seem pretty curious about me.
She says, and winks. You lean back and look away, embarrassed.
Is that how you came down here? You used your weapon?
Farfari asks. Automatically, you put a hand out to grab the rifle, but it's not within your reach. You hear Farfari snort, and when you look at her, see that she's taken it in hand, although she isn't pointing it at you.
I've seen something like this.
She says.
This seems very primitive in comparison, though.
You say,
Thanks.
you say, sarcastic. Farfari just smiles at you, and you're kind of mad at how well it works on you.
I'm a witch. I modified a spell for breathing underwater and then applied it to the bullet I used to shoot.
Oh, I'm a witch too.
Farfari says.
Obviously, I came here because I knew you were a witch.
You say before you can stop yourself.
Pretty cocky for a human trapped in a sea witch's lair.
She says. You freeze. Farfari laughs.
Come on, dummy. I'll show you my workroom.
She uses her hands to drag herself through one of the hanging cloths. Her movements are more adroit than you'd expected, and you remind yourself to be cautious as you follow her. It's another room, much like the main one, with meticulously carved walls behind vertical water and delicate columns and arches in front of it. There are many handsome ceramic bowls scattered about the tiled floor, some of them containing brown fibers, and some inhabited by little animals like sea stars and cuttlefish.
You're not supposed to be in the bowls. That's for the silk.
Says Farfari, tipping them into the shallow channels of water on the floor. You suppose those plain-looking fibers are sea silk, then? You thought it was supposed to be all gold.
What are all these animals doing here? I didn't know there would be so much life at the bottom of the ocean.
You say. You thought of it just as a void, like the space between stars. The animals all seem very friendly. Some crabs are scuttling across your feet, and the cuttlefish that Feferi just scolded are slyly pulling their way back into the empty bowls.
I take care of them.
Feferi chirps, herding the cuttlefish about.
They come to my place and I feed them and fix some of their problems and keep them safe. And of course there's life down here. Just because the land is so crowded doesn't mean we're dead in the water. We even have mammals like you. The deep whales fight all the time with the colossal squid.
Colossal squid?
You say, blanching.
They often lose against a whale because they're soft.
Feferi says.
They have eyes this big.
She holds her hands about the width of your waist.
To try and see them before the whale can sound them out. It's weird, taking care of animals that all eat each other. I've woven skin grafts for the scars that the whales get, and loops to help the squid move more quickly. I know I don't help that much, or like at all, but it's a habit from childhood, I guess.
Sweet. It's a sweet notion.
You say, despite her massive trident and sharp-toothed smile,
Yeah.
Feferi seems like a gentle person. Feferi finishes evacuating all the cuttlefish and picks up some of the sea silk.
Oh my gosh. Nolan.
You want to watch me make the collar? It will take some time, of course. I can't do it in one go.
She invites you to sit by her as she begins spinning thread.
Oh my gosh, where am I?
Top third. You can know all my
Thank you.
secrets.
You can know all my secrets, little human.
She says, patting your knee. You can see why the title for mermaid royalty is condescension.
Well, it's not like you could do anything with them. I'm pretty sure only a mermaid can.
She talks all about the sea silk freely. It has to be from a certain species of clam, living only in a few coves of shallow water. Harvest must be with a knife with specific charms, made from bone chipped off of some creature's beak. The threads take hours to untangle. They must be washed several times, each in salt and fresh water, and can only be spun and woven in air. Finally, completed works must be exposed to the sun to reveal their golden color and gain their true power.
Mom, that is... Oh, dear Lord, how do I... I know everyone else pronounces that differently.
Glib-glob.
Glib-glob,
Thank
yeah,
you.
sure.
Mom, that is glib-glob,
Feferi says, clarifying nothing.
always told me how I was glorifying the clans by using their simple excretions for such a noble purpose. War, and conquest, and sport.
She makes a face at a cuttlefish swimming by and then extends her finger into the water. The cuttlefish curls a tentacle around her finger, making her look like a songbird caller on dry land.
But I think it'd be better if I could make things for creation and protecting and healing.
Are no sea dwellers like you wanting to heal?
Feferi howls, and at first you think she's angry and wince, but you figure out that she's just laughing.
I mean, I know they kill humans a lot when they can, but that's just...
It's just that you seem kind.
You offer.
Oh! Oops!
Feferi is still giggling.
Thanks.
She grows contemplative.
I don't know much about the other sea dwellers, to be honest. I'm really isolated here, and I haven't had a friend since a long time. But I've attended court. It's definitely not kind. I don't think it's possible that we're all, well, killers and war makers. But I don't know. Maybe we are.
She seems saddened, and you try to change the subject.
So, the sun. The material needs exposure to the light to activate all its inherent properties.
You say.
Does it need to incubate at all? How does the passage of time influence its magic?
You can't help but sound academic. You blame your grandpa's influence.
Time doesn't have much effect on things centered in the ocean, I think. I mean, what even is time? Everything grows slowly or not at all. It's always cold, there's little light. I sleep when I'm tired and wake up when I'm rested. That is all.
Feferi says. It turns out this means you are awake and alone a lot, because Feferi is tired all the time for some reason, and understandably does not seem to trust you enough to sleep in the same room as you. She retreats to her rooms underwater and leaves you wondering and idle in the dim air. You've given up on maintaining any circadian rhythm. Luckily, you have a nose. You're also, coincidentally, hella nosy. The suite of magicked air rooms is extensive. It all smells like salt, and there is that bright lemon smell of the sea silk in the room Feferi seems to work in the most. There are also rooms where the pearls are brighter and the air warmer, and there are planters of flowers you recognize from sandy dunes, such as sea fiddleneck and sand verbena and saltgrass. But there are some rooms with air that smells stale, and there are brown water lines in the walls and shed scales that are brittle with age. You wonder about the friend Feferi has mentioned. Her tail is fuchsia. That shed here is violet. You entertain yourself by trying to decipher what must be books of magic written by sea dwellers, taking notes on the sea creatures that venture near you, and eating fish and seed cakes. You take oil from Feferi's stores and rub it into your bag and coat, knowing you'll have to leave the same way you came. Beck dogs your thoughts, and your claws still disturb you every now and then, but you feel at ease for the most part. It helps to have someone to talk to that can talk back. You think Feferi feels the same. Often when she comes into the air, she's still chattering to a squid or something. She's probably led a very lonely life. And you like Feferi. She's helping you without even ensuring that you'll give her anything in return, which you'd like to rectify, but all your magic is really weak underwater. And while you didn't bring anything of material value, you're pretty sure it wouldn't matter because Feferi is clearly rich as fuck. She's also cute and cheerful and creative. You're watching her further braid the thin threads for strength. She's talking extensively as usual.
When I was little, I didn't really know what was going on. People would try to come and have me make relics for their swords, to make their swords sing for more blood, or their shields spare more weight. I made shirts that would break any metal trying to pierce through their weave. That is what I am wearing.
She pulls at her shirt with its whorls in gold.
Then I got older and was formally titled and introduced to my sister's court. And I wrote all about the battles waged with my work. I'm sure there's still intrusions onto land, too. It's all really sad.
You tentatively put a hand on Feferi's arm. She flinches, and you nearly draw back, except she puts her hand over yours and smiles.
Thanks. So anyway, I decided to grow up and decided I got sane what that meant. Mom spoke to the rift on my behalf and got the palace moved for me, so I could isolate myself and be close to her for her psychic protection.
You sort of don't understand what she says about her mom?
Now I only cultivate the sea silk for myself, for art, and I bless the animals with it, making this.
She indicates the thread that's in her hand.
I think that it's a chance for people, whatever your animal would decide to kill. It could be you one day, and I decided I like you, so I don't want that to happen. You seem like a nice person. You're the first person to ask me for something to protect. Like, really protect, not just keep safe their body for war making.
I'm glad you don't want me to be killed.
You say.
That's only fair.
She says.
I don't want to be killed after all.
You don't know how likely it is that Feferi would be killed. You soon find out. Feferi is snuggled in the pile of blankets in the entry room, tying off the ends of the leash. It looks like an unassuming flat rope.
You'll have to get it out under the sun before it can do anything to your dog,
She says, reaching for you and winding it around your arm. You know you must thank her, but her touch has you dizzy.
Someone's here.
Feferi says suddenly, jerking away from you. She seizes her trident and drags herself to the room's opening to the rest of her palace. She sets part of her fishtail in the glossy dark, closing her eyes.
Crap. They made it past my wards. Double crap. I used the wrong
She
word.
yanks her tail back up in order to close the opening with some sort of metal trap door that slides out from under the tiling.
There's no time to take you to the path back to land. You have to hide somewhere, one of the other rooms. They'll probably make it in here. I've only ever fought to protect myself, not two people.
No.
You say, and reach for your gun.
That won't do anything.
Feferi hisses. You raise it and point it at the door.
I can't.
You insist. She holds your gaze for what feels like an unsettling eternity before she nods. Of course, that's exactly when the invader fucking shatters through the metal of the door and it goes flying towards you. You just barely dodge being crushed by it, but it rips the gun out of your hands, and your yell catches the attention of the intruder, who is twice Feferi's size and therefore having trouble coming up through the moon pool. The heiress keeps a human, they say, sounding on the verge of laughter. Some say she likes odd little pets, seals and squids, a sprout from land. Their teeth spiral outwards from their mouth like boar tusks. You start drawing out a spell for a shield, but the lians sputter and fade with a buzz. And a magic user, the mermaid says, finally coming wholly into the room. It'll flavor your flesh so deliciously. They turn towards you. They're standing quite easily with their tail curled underneath them. You don't think they're armed until you see that their purple gloves are heavily spiked with metal. You feel so small and stupid, thinking you could have done anything, now weaponless, and with no magic against the foe. He lunges for you. You're paralyzed by a flash of a fairy doing the same thing when you first met. But she never hurt you now. Not that it matters now. You briefly resign yourself to your death. But as he grabs your throat and plunges you into the ring of water to pin you against the wall, the instinct to live boils up in your gut. You fight. You howl. Bubbles obscuring your vision. Try to claw him. Kick out as hard as you can. But you don't think this actually does anything. You're running out of breath. You feel like your neck might pop. You think they collapse onto you. There's a great pressure on your body, crushing you. You try to push them off, but there's no way you can manage the weight. After a few moments, though, it lessens. The water around you is growing opaque. Is this death coming to ease your fear? You think of Beck and Grandpa. It's actually Feferi pulling the body off of you. She first hauls you out of the water and makes sure you're breathing, then uses her tail to slide the sea dweller off her trident.
I had to use a different angle than usual. I didn't want to scare you. Sorry I took so long.
She says, sounding casual.
Sometimes I freeze up.
You catch your breath. Your eyes can't help but dart to and from her face, the body, the blood diffusing in the wall of water. Feferi is using the prongs of her trident to trace the embroidery of their shirt, and then to flip the corpse over so she can crouch and stare at the face.
One of my sister's court, I think. They've probably fallen from favor if they came to assassinate me. Most of them have. The stitching's her work, at least. Good thing the magic's faded from it, because I'm not sure even my trident would have worked otherwise.
Then she looks up at you.
Jade, are you okay?
She asks.
Did they hurt you badly? Your throat's bruised. I have a salve for that.
You killed them.
You say, hoarse, a dog's whine in the cave of your chest. Feferi blinks and looks down at the body.
What else was I supposed to do? They were going to kill you. I mean, obviously they came for me, but you were right there.
You stagger and fall to your knees, your hands and knees, then throw up. Feferi says,
Oh.
Very quietly, and then,
I'll get you some water.
You want to wipe the tears gumming up your eyes, and there's probably blood in your hair, and when you think about that, you retch again, and it splatters all over the backs of your hands. You stay like that, on all fours, crying and dry heaving, until Feferi comes back with a bowl of water, a rag, and a little pot. As you sit up and gulp down the water, she uses the rag to carefully wipe your face, then hold one hand tenderly to clean it, then the other. With 3 fingers, she presses your forehead until you tilt your head back and bare your neck. With 1 finger, she takes a semi-solid from the pot and touches it to your throat. With slow little motions, she dabs at all your bruises until they're covered with the salve. Her fingertips are so cold.
I'm sorry,
She says, finished. This is the most subdued you've ever heard her sound. Your heart skips for some reason.
No, I.
You say, trying not to hyperventilate. She rubs your back with broad, heavy strokes of her hand.
One
You saved
sec,
my
I need
life.
Sorry.
She says again, sighing, that doesn't make sense. Your chest is tight.
For what?
You ask.
I don't know if Hosta said she had to go or not.
Oh, okay. If Hosta's not here, we need another Feferi. Fleece, you want to do both parts? Or Dragon, you want to do Feferi?
Oh, I'll try. It may not be the prettiest Feferi, but it's a Feferi.
Doesn't matter. Feferi's been through a lot of stress. Her voice sounds different now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
She.
They're back. Don't
Wait,
worry.
Hosta's
Oh.
back.
Oh,
cool.
okay.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, fear.
Yeah, I just had some problems with the
Oh,
phone.
no worries. I believe
For
we're in
what?
the middle of the page. Yeah, there you go. You ask.
Okay. I'm sorry.
You can highlight the thing.
Yeah,
John.
that's a good point. You are right here. I had to make it up.
Oh, I had to make it up for you.
She says, looking at your face, looking worried. You feel scared.
Make what?
Feferi bites her lip, draws back from you.
I killed your grandpa.
No.
You say immediately.
Oh my god!
Death of the family. No. I'm so sorry. I'm
Read it.
sorry. I'll be quiet.
We're all professionals here.
Oh yeah, totally professional.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wake up in the morning, I put on my suit and tie, and then I start the day. I gotta get my coffee, put on my hat, get the old wife to put on my tie.
All right, Feferi, you're right here.
1 sec. One of my harvest times.
She says, ignoring you, making relentless eye contact.
I met you. I was trying to figure out why you were so familiar. I couldn't remember till now. You were so small back then. The ends of the waves had me by my hands and you by the feet. There was a piece of sea silk I wanted to sun, and I hadn't noticed you. I'd never met a human before. You didn't have a tail, but I saw your hair was like mine.
Stop.
You say, you can barely hear what she's saying. You watch your hands shaking. There's no feeling in them.
Your grandpa called for you and I got scared and swam away. A while later, I realized I dropped my weaving. Maybe it was days for you on land. I don't know. I came back to my clam beds to look for it, and he was there by the shore and I got scared. He tried to ask me about the sea silk. I thought he was going to kill me for it like everyone does. So I killed him.
I think I found that. The cloth.
Your heart is racing. Wouldn't you remember meeting a mermaid? You could barely recall anything from around when Grandpa disappeared. Except now you know he died. Was killed.
But I couldn't find his body.
You say.
Oh, good heavens. That's probably because I took it.
Feferi says.
I fed him to my mom.
What? The fairy.
You stammer.
My mom, Glib Glob, she's the MC of the Horror Terrors, the Rift's Cardinal, the Speaker of the Vast Club. She could kill every sea dweller but me and my sister in an instant. So I had to keep her fed and happy.
Her face is blank.
She's a burden, true, but I love her, and I wouldn't have it any other way because that's why I'm here.
Uncle. A carbuncle. That's an infection.
You say, your revulsion active in almost every nerve of your body.
You treat an infection.
Feferi suddenly starts shouting.
I'm not gonna kill my own guardian because I killed yours when I was a kid. I didn't know. I don't even kill humans anymore. And I'm not gonna kill my mom whom I love, and risk every sea dweller in the ocean. If I presented genocide of humans who are also capable of evil, I'm not going to let that happen to us either.
You feel hollow.
Human genocide?
I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to feed this person to my mom, whom I told you about. I'll get an animal to take you to your stupid path of land.
She slips into the water, dragging the corpse with her. You try to get your breathing under control. That's the most important thing right now. Just finding air, slowing your heart, which is trying to hammer its way out of your rib cage. Eventually, all your autonomous bodily functions calm down. You're not sure if you're calm, but it's good enough. There's purple blood everywhere. Pulling your grandpa's gun from where it's lying is tough because of both your shock and that the metal door landed on top of it. The barrel is damaged. You don't know if you can fix it without a gunsmith looking at it. You don't know if you can let a human see you again even after taming Beck. Feferi didn't mind your ears or teeth, but she's a monster too. As you ready yourself to leave, trying your gun to your pack and shrugging on your coat, something splashes into the room from the moon pool. You start and draw your knife on it, only to find it's a seal, huffing and eyeing you. It waits patiently for you to flap the anxiety out of your hands, tucking its head into the rest of its body. You put your feet into the water and let it know when you're ready. It slips back into the water, and you wrap your arms around it, holding your breath. The water is dark and cold and empty. It spits you and the seal out onto the path you shot. You lie there for a while, gasping. After some time, you pick yourself up and start walking. Looking back, you see the seal watching you leave. You wave to it, but it ignores you. You head upwards. You're trying to walk mindfully instead of thinking about all the shit Feferi just dropped on you and the sea dweller that actually dropped on you. Though you don't really realize you're unwinding and rewinding the sea silk around your arm. Where Feferi's touch was tender, yours is tense. You feel a little better once you see some sunlight. You don't know why you feel so broken. You knew your grandpa was probably dead. Even if he wasn't killed, he'd be dead by now anyway. He was old. You walk for some time. Because of the slope, you have to sit and rest many times. You ascend. All right, and I think we're at a good stopping point there.
Ooh, Ascension. Ooh,
So we'll read the rest next time. Or
Ascension on the timeline. Ascension on the timeline.
Ascension.
Yeah, I really
Just
like
make sure
that
not to
story
go.
a lot.
Make sure not to go up too fast because you don't want to turn your lungs into origami.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
it's an air path, but yes, normally you
Yeah.
want to avoid
good. Heavens, I refuse to read that. I
All right.
refuse to read that.
No, I got you.
Thanks
All
for
right.
listening to my thing, everyone.
Yeah, no, your
Oh, it
story
was
is
absolutely
great.
wondrous.
I really like it,
Yeah?
and I love the world.
It's
Sorry,
absolutely wondrous. I loved it.
So, next,
That was really good.
next,
It's gonna be me.
Next up, we have
don't-
Caliborn learns to drive.
I'm so scared.
And what I propose, because Caliborn is the majority of the dialogue here, is that we each take a section of Caliborn and have multiple Caliborns.
Oh my
Well,
god.
that's pretty much just canon anyway. I don't see why that's
So-
a big of an issue.
Who in the chat wants to voice Caliborn? I'd like to do a Caliborn. Who else would like to?
I want to do a
You
Caliborn
wanna
as
do
well.
a Caliborn?
I guess I'll do a Caliborn.
Sure, okay. So
I
We're
would
just gonna-
love to do a
You want to
Caliborn.
do
Not
a
gonna
Caliborn?
lie.
This is
Okay,
more-
so we've got
This is more.
4 of them.
This is
so
more-
1,
So we're gonna round robin. Everybody read a line or something,
3.
or like each of
I
the
would
each of the
say we
blocks.
each read a big section. So maybe break at the end of here, like right here. Break here. I don't know. And
I'll do that weird
and
guy, the
maybe
one
here.
who's.
I don't know.
I'll do the weird one, the one who's like speaking with like not all caps.
That's another voice stuck in the middle there. So whoever wants to throw that in there, go for
I
it.
know. I was
Like
like,
to
oh,
do
yeah,
the last bit.
otters.
The last short bit.
Yeah, the last short bit.
Oh, good
cool.
heavens.
Okay, so like from here to here.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
we're.
Cool. I guess I'll read the part in here where there's another voice in the middle of it. And
Ugh.
then Dragon, if you want to, I
Yep.
guess pick which one. Who wants to go first?
I want to go first.
All right, Dragon's the first Caliborn. Host is the second. I'll be the third, and Fleece is the last one. Cool. Let's do it.
All right. Big ups.
Big up.
Once upon a time, there was a handsome and delightful little cherub that everyone loved and adored, and then I killed her! And bit off my own leg and then became the coolest and most excellent writer man that the world has ever seen. Look upon my cheeks and behold my magnitude. Look upon the my cape and behold its luxuriousness. Behold my robes and my hot, sexy dad bod. I use the internet with the Googles to find that this is the most hot and in look, and because I am the most hot and in right now, it is the descriptor for me. This is what we call the is called reclaiming word. I'm not a father, no, I'm a...
Underwear at all.
My little
Okay,
sister
keep
came into the room.
You need to usher her out. This is terrible content to be in the middle of hearing.
Not a father, nor have I ever given birth to tiny, disgusting snake, for I am also the purest and highest tier of being which is known to be the virgin. Yes, the virgin Caliborn versus the Chad Calliope, who is dumb and stupid and very bad at writing stories. But I get away from the point of which I have decided to take up this typewriter today. For you see, I have allowed you to partake of my existence, and I am farming it for hits and kudos, and seeing the number of these rise is necessary and relevant.
All right, Hosta.
Oh, good heavens. What do I read to?
You read this part that's highlighted, basically until the big break here.
Okay, cool. Oh, gosh.
Take your
What
time.
did I sign up for?
Let us speak through you.
I lose myself in these flights of fancy, but oh good heavens, it's so hard to read. I lose myself in these flights of fancy. For the other day, I learned to drive. You, and by this I mean me, were working on tailing hotland of what?
Toiling
We're
hotland of burgers art.
You were working on the toiling hotland of burgers and art that you, me, have been told several times is a Wendy's. I do not care what this Wendy says, for she does not make the burgers. I make the burgers. I make the art. There is none other.
Yeah, I bring in the goddamn paycheck, Wendy. Yeah, I bring in the paycheck.
Good heavens.
I get my 2 weeks.
On this plane that nothing such fine masterpieces as I. But wait, you say, is the title of this not Caliborn Learns to Drive? Well, dear reader, and that is to say despicable reader, I am not here to recount to you the tale, oh good heavens, of how I learned to drive, as much as I decided that story is boring, and I'm going to write a more different one, which is to say, the one I'm writing right now.
For you see, I have become the supreme leader of this fine art establishment, because the previous owner handed me a stack of meat and said,
Hey, we're gonna be serving breakfast soon, and you gotta start cooking sausage.
Then I looked him in the eye and I said, What is this sausage? It is different from the art of the burger. This is not a bun, and only some of this has bacon on it. Where is the burger, Todd? Where is the burger? I said.
Sorry, it's orders from corporate.
And it was in this moment that I learned that the student has overcome the master, and I replaced him as general manager of the Wendy's. However, I have learned that this position comes with a great many crimes. This position that I now encompass in absolute perfection has to do something that I like to call paying its employees. What is this absolute bullshit that I have now seen? What is this other madness? Are these artists not grateful for the opportunity to learn the art of the burger from me, the master of burgers? Nay, the lord of burgers? Can these ungrateful bitches not survive on the exposure alone to my greatness? These useless employees do nothing but sit around and text and make memes when they could be making more burgers. There is only one employee which I enjoy, Jimothy. Jimothy is a smoothie I made the other day, and who I promoted to shift leader because he was the only person in this store who gets me.
Amazing. Clever wanted to take this last bit, I think.
Go for it.
There they are. There.
Go off, king. Queen. Queen.
Good heavens.
I'm glad I actually got connected.
Yeah, no, I'm suddenly under pressure. Oh, I can be heard.
You can be heard.
Yeah.
You're
Yes,
good.
you can be heard. You're good.
Oh, muted and deafened.
Yes, sir.
Muted,
What, Allie?
deafened, and muted. Muted,
No.
deafened, and muted.
1 second. Gotta mute.
Well, Fleece,
I'm gonna
you couldn't.
wait for Clever
No,
because she wanted to do
Clever's
it.
gonna do this part.
Yeah.
All right.
I abdicated my Caliborn status.
I am back. This is so interesting. I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back. I was very close to saying hi back, but I decided against it.
So who's the last Caliborn?
Clever's gonna do the last Caliburn.
I would like to
Okay.
read the Jimmy B part again, if that's okay.
Go for it. Do it now. Do the Jimothy part, and then Clever will do the rest.
There is only one employee that which I enjoy. Jimothy. Jimothy is a smoothie I made the other day and who I promoted to shift leader because he is the only person in this store who gets me.
Let's all do a version of the Jimothy thing until Clever gets back.
All right, here's mine. There is only one employee that which I enjoy. Jimothy. Jimothy is a smooth. Oh, I was so close! I was so close to doing it.
I'm sorry. It's just the sudden shift from your Caliborn face to whatever the heck that was.
Timothy's the smoothie I made the other day, and who I promoted to shift leader because he's the only person in the store who gets me. I am what they call an unknown, misunderstood artist. The world rejects me. I'm a
Close the door.
god.
Allie, door. Can you close the door, please?
That's the true
Thank
Caliborn
you.
spirit, dealing with your siblings.
Yeah, it is.
It's
Yeah.
the door, close the door.
Yeah, and also being an
Extreme-
amputee.
Extreme sibling rivalry.
I'm the oldest of 4. I
feel
have
like
2 younger
oh,
brothers
oh.
and a younger sister.
Buck!
Oh.
Buck!
I share a room with my
Oh.
sister, so this is fun.
I
Okay,
know.
Well,
my turn.
oh, jeez. Okay, almost there.
Natural.
Alright,
Is
House
it my-
is gonna do the Jimothy part.
There is only one employee that which I enjoy. Jimothy.
I need to.
Jimothy is a smoothie that I made the other day and who I promoted to shift leader because he is the only person in this store who gets me.
You know, many points of Homestuck fanon can be like classified as really not really fitting within the idea of what canon could be. But I could 100% see Caliborn making Dirk draw out this entire like just this thing.
Absolutely.
That is.
And Dirk is just sitting there like he's just feeling this, like he likes this shit.
That is 100%
he's like-
accurate.
Dirk vibes with it.
Dirk absolutely
Yes.
vibes with it. He's finished writing all of the like weird.
Okay, I think.
Oh, we hear you.
Yay!
Hi.
Yeah.
Yes, we can
Yeah.
hear you.
Yes. Okay. It only took a computer science degree.
I know
you
that
got it.
feeling.
You got it.
We all went through a round of Jimothy.
Okay.
We all went through a round of Jimothy. It is now your turn.
Take it away, Clever.
Okay. Tricked you?
Yes.
Okay. Aha! I tricked you, did I not?
Amazon shopping.
This was yet another deception set up by me. We in the biz call a check-off's gun. For you see, all of this was a lie. I am not the general manager of a Wendy for a bitch. I have learned the art of burgers, and then I burned it to the ground. That is what we in the biz call driving the narrative. Wow. It sure is hard being a writer and having to write good fiction. I can't imagine how anyone else does this.
Very
I don't know
nice.
why, but
I
like,
really
I like
liked
your
that.
Caliborn. It reminds me of Mojo Jojo, but without the slightly racist undertone.
Yeah.
it reminds me. No, it reminds me a bit of like Octopimp. I don't know what it is, but I just hear Octopimp.
Oh, fair.
I think that was worth the wait for sure.
Baby T, baby T, baby T, tee ooh woo.
What?
All right, I like that. That was
That was a bit of a taste of a sensation
Okay.
of a smell of what my Fefri was going to be, but
So,
thank God it didn't.
This next one is Cloudbound, which is Hosta's work, and it's not
me.
super long, so I figure we'll probably read all of it. Hosta, would you like to read
This
your
first-
own work, or do you want to have it read by someone else?
I want to see how other people interpret it.
Cool.
I
And
wanna-
the first chapter is definitely the longest.
Okay, why don't we do? Is this all narrator or is there dialogue?
All narrator.
Okay, so why don't we split it up between 3 different people, and we can each take one chapter.
I'll do the first one.
I'll do the second one.
Can I do the last one?
You sure can. All right.
Ooh.
Oh, good.
And yeah, I should
Do you
probably-
want us to read the summary,
Yes,
or do you want to
let's
just
do that. I was just thinking that.
you do that, Alt?
Okay. Cloudbound is the story of 2 heirs, each from a different world, miles and miles apart. It is the story of the fight between the clouds and the pits, the story of light and dark, but not of good and evil. Cloudbound is a Homestuck AU where Durst and Prospect are countries on a planet called Arcadia, watching as Prospect, which is home to the angels, and Durst, which is home to the demons, slowly tear themselves apart for a war that neither side remembers. The story follows a young angel as he tries to find his way around the nuanced social grounds of his home, as well as coming to the realization that the others he had been raised to despise and kill weren't as bad as he originally thought.
These first 3 chapters, as well as a couple future ones, are actually focusing around the mythology before I get to the actual story.
Cool. I'm Wendy's right now. Yeah, me too.
All right. Chapter 1. Read Old Book from Underfloor. When Arcadia was very young, there was a small, gray sapling. This sapling was a very special plant, for from it would spring the gods and goddesses that would care for it and the world that it grew on. Soon a small pod began to grow from the sapling. The pod grew bigger and bigger until it finally stopped. The capsule then opened to reveal a young child. This child was named Alana, and they were...
I changed the name. I forgot to change it in later parts. I'm so sorry.
All right, no problem.
What did I change it to? Just keep reading it as Alana.
I was gonna name them Coco.
You can call them whatever.
All right. This young child was named Cocoa Puffs, and they were to be the caretaker and chief of Arcadia. As the young deity grew, they began noticing things around them that didn't seem quite right. One day, they saw how dry and barren the ground was. Another, they realized how truly dark things were. And another, the young deity would notice how silent the world was, with nothing besides them and the sapling. They set out to change in Arcadia and its contents to not only be nicer, but to be more suitable to housing living mortal entities. On the first day of their project, the young deity made a large ball of fire and set it high into the sky, so that it could light up the lands around it. They decided to call the ball of fire Sun. Then they decided to take a small bit of fire from the sun and make it into a smaller sphere, placing it on the opposite end of the sun, slightly lighting up the areas that the sun couldn't reach. They decided to call the smaller sphere of the fire Moon. On the second day, Alana made water to help nourish and cleanse the land. As they sprinkled and rained the water down, they saw that, albeit very slowly, some plants were starting to grow in around the already quite tall sapling. The third and fourth day were spent building the lands for 2 large countries, which were to be called Prospect and Durst. As they worked, Cocoa Puffs began thinking that they should do something about the ever-present silence, broken only by the rippling of the stream and the rustling of the leaves on the sapling. Suddenly, as if the sapling could sense their thoughts, the sapling started to grow 4 more pods. Excited for the new company, Cocoa Puffs made a stick hut for them all as to stay
as they had previously been sleeping outside.
Gosh,
the
I
pods
didn't
were
realize
fully-
how choppy that was.
Once the pods were fully grown, they slowly started to open one after the other. The first to exit a pod was a young lady with snow white hair and dark red eyes. Alana decided to name her Bree and put her in charge of leading the sun from one side of the sky to the other, as well as tending to the daytime creatures that flew in the sky. The next to come out was a young man that looked almost exactly like the young woman before him. Alana named him Dixon. They decided that since he looked so much like Bree, they would put him in charge of the sun's brother, the moon. So, Dixon was put in charge of the moon, of leading it across the sky, and of taking care of the nocturnal creatures that flew in the sky. The last out of the pods were a man and a woman. Alana named the woman Arlania and the man Durlos, putting each of them in charge of the sea and of nature respectively. It soon came to pass that Arcadia was bursting with plant life, as well as dozens of different animals. However, Alana was still lonely, so they got together the other deities and took a couple of drops of their blood, which they had decided to call ichor, and kneaded it into some white clay that they had found at the side of a river. Alana then formed this clay into two figures that roughly resembles the deities. They placed the two figures on a plank on top of a fire so that they could bake. The figures then slowly baked over the fire for 5 days. Then, once the figures were ready, Alana took them from the fire and placed them into an enclosed garden that they had made especially for the new creatures. When they placed the figures down, Atonia added a drop of their own blood to the figures, bringing them to life.
That's when I changed the name.
See. Oh, yeah. Atonia decided...
Antonio... Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Alana had been a temporary name because I needed something to call the deity for a little bit. Atona was the final name. I guess I forgot to change the name in the first little bit.
It is what it is.
No worries.
And that's a lot choppier than it sounded in my head.
Atonia decided that the two newly living creatures needed to be named. They named the male figure Osiren and the female figure Iris.
The two figures began exploring their new environment, as well as talking between themselves. Atonia then decided to make more creatures, so they gathered up the bloodied clay and began making some creatures to help and interact with Osiren and Iris. After creating many of these new creatures that they had decided to name consorts, Atonia decided that Osiren and Iris needed some
Sorry.
It's all right. Some sort of creature similar to them that they could easily talk with. While they had been thinking of what to make, they had been messing with the clay, only to look down and see that it had turned a grayish color. Atonia thought for a while about how to fix the clay or how to use it better before coming up with an exciting idea. They needed to get some things from the idea, though, like some of each type of dye that they'd been storing up, some flowers and some twigs, before starting on their new creatures. After hours of hard work and 5 days of baking, Atonia was looking at 12 youngish-looking figures. These figures were different from the other two they had made, though. These had slate gray skin, dark black hair. They had horns the color of the sunset, and most interestingly, they each had different brightly colored blood that seemed to be taken directly from the rainbow. Atonia was especially proud of these figures. Trolls, they decided the figures would be named. They were the most complicated thing the deity had made, along with Osiren and Iris, that is. Atonia decided, after a bit of thought, that they would call those two humans. Atonia thought about what to call the new trolls, before deciding to collectively call them the Ancestors, until they thought of names for them all. They happily watched from the clouds as their new creations interacted with the humans and talked to each other. Be the non-binary deity.
You are now Atonia, and you don't know what non-binary is. You assume they mean that you are neither male nor female as your other creations and the other deities are. You pay no mind to it, though. You are not especially hung up about what gender you are, and you state that they'd be best to drop the subject for now. You're very happy for your newest and most complex creations seem to be getting along well together. You find it very hard to believe that despite all that has been done and all that has been completed this world and all that it's on it is only a few strokes old. You realize that you haven't mentioned putting the time system into place. You had introduced it to the other gods. One cycle of the sun is a sun cycle, shortened to cycle. 5 cycles were a stroke. You were quite fond of the number 5. 5 strokes were a sway, and 15 sways were a sweep. 15 was just 5 added to itself 3 times, so you were okay with it. You liked things that broke down into 5s, 25 being your favorite number as it was just 5 added to itself 5 times. You liked the number 5 as that was how long it took you to make most things. The planet, the other deities, your humans, your trolls, and almost everything else that you had made. You were extra happy with the trolls as you hadn't been sure how the changing of the clay's color might have affected them, or if it would have been able to come to life at all. One thing you did notice that happened while you were working on something else is that a troll you had given lime-colored blood now appears to have a dark, rusty red color to his blood now. You presume that it is because of the clay you had used to make him and the others. You do hope that the changing of his blood color doesn't affect what he can do or what future generations are able to do, as you had carefully balanced what each blood color was capable of so that no one would try to hurt the rest. Though you don't suppose it matters as long as they all play nice. You had inadvertently given each of the trolls special powers, but not the humans, as the trolls were made of different materials from the humans, and the humans were mentally a lot stronger than them. Not to say that the trolls weren't smart, the humans were just smarter in a different way. You had tried to keep everything as equal as possible. You realized that while you'd been thinking about equality and how everyone was behaving so kindly towards each other, that the ancestors appeared to be fighting about something. You feel sad that they aren't even a stroke old yet and they were already fighting. Though you must be fair, they are unaware that they are barely a stroke old. All of your creations believe that they grew up there, and time does move much faster for them than it does for you.
All right.
I realized that partway through that, it started to sound a little xenophobic, and I'm like, uh-oh.
Oh,
Like,
also, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's my little sister.
Okay.
I realize we want to cut your hair, child, but there are no hairdressers here. Unless you want to get your hair. Don't cut your hair. Don't cut your hair.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing where you'll go with this.
This is really fascinating. I love seeing the different AU takes, and the angels and demons thing is really cool.
Same here.
Yeah, it's a really neat setup.
I can release my inner barber. I'm really excited about 2 things. One, how I described the making of the trolls. That was my favorite thing to write. 2, I don't think if you've noticed, but you can definitely kind of tell what different religions I've taken bits and pieces from.
Well, yeah.
Christianity was definitely the one where I took the repeating numbers, the garden, and about equality and stuff from, as I'm Christian.
Right.
I took the world tree idea of Allie, please, shush, child. I'm trying to talk. I took the world tree idea from Norse mythology.
Right.
And I took the Osiris and Iris from Egyptian mythology.
Yeah.
And I've got a couple others backed up, but those are the main ones that I've taken from.
Yeah, that's really
The world tree is the coolest thing Norse mythology ever gave us.
Absolutely.
And Loki.
Well, that and Loki turning into a wolf.
And the horse thing.
Yeah, I feel like Loki turning into a 6-legged horse is much better comedically.
Fenrir, the wolf that's chained up, and who the unleashing of which will start the end of the world. I always thought was a neat piece of mythology.
Yeah, that one was really cool.
Oh yeah. Also, Hasta, don't worry too much about length, since the whole phrase less is more tends to be something that sometimes people overlook.
Yeah,
I think it's a very important. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I agree. The story is as long as it needs to be, and never apologize for your work. Your writing is good. Your story is interesting. Just let it stand on its own.
Yeah, take it from me, somebody who has been trying to at least come up with a book idea or just doing role plays and stuff for the past 4 years. Details are more important than fluff. 100%. You will tell a more compelling story, saying what needs to be said, other than things that auxiliary information.
Just get words on paper. Any number of words is more than none. So
yep,
you got your story. Keep telling it.
I'm so happy y'all like that.
I do like
You're
it. I
the
think
first
it's-
people outside of my family to read that.
Well, I've been
So,
seeing your postings about the world building, and I thought that was a really interesting idea. So I was really looking forward to seeing how that developed into the actual story. All right.
I have
I've definitely had like a lot of caffeinated beverages in the past couple hours, and my bedtime is technically around 9, so I doubt I'm going to be able to sleep tonight. So there will be some more cloud-bound writing going on.
Awesome.
So don't worry.
I've always had this idea of making a Earthsea if Aridin and the others lived, and like him having a redemption arc. What would that be like?
I am
And
continuously stuck in the cycle of Aridin deserves a redemption arc, and Aridin was a little piece of crap who deserves what he got. I have very similar feelings for Gambit as well. They're they're my trash babies. And I definitely named one of my chickens after Gamzee.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing pictures of the chickens.
I 100% agree. I think also just the fact that like I remember somebody put up this post talking about like Aridin saying like Aridin doesn't deserve a redemption arc, and then somebody posted a response saying, "I'm sure that if you were a 13-year-old and a demon dog was coming to kill your friends, you would act a little kooky."
There's a lot of ways you can interpret the source material, and just about anything can be written if you're willing to put in the work required to justify it.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't help that Ender Husky is officially given the okay to everything. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. We just don't have the creator going, yes, okay, this is wrong, this is right.
We don't say the AH word on this channel.
Well, I mean, so to jump in on that though, there is a stark difference between the days when our dear author would say shit like, all ships are canon now.
Right.
Have fun. And just drop that and leave, and then we're like, what does it mean? What do we do? All ships are canon?
Also made Dave Cat officially canon too. That killed
Right.
me.
Even the super gross ones.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, is a bunch of people were like, oh, rare pair content time. Let's go out of our way to churn out rare pair content. And that was kind of fun. And I'm trying to recapture the spirit of I was talking to Juniper Stokes on Twitter earlier today, and she was talking about Trolls World Tour, and how apparently the two main characters of Trolls World Tour are just Carcat and Pfeffery. And
Carcat and Pfeffery?
I didn't realize that.
And then
that's one hell of a rare pair.
As someone who's including a Damara Latula pairing, of which there are a grand total of 11 works on AO3, one of which is mine.
There were 10 when you looked it up, and now...
Oh no, I looked it up after I did the pairing. I'm like, I wonder how common this is. Oh, not at all. I'm already doing some heavy lifting with Damara because her original characterization is not great.
She's oh my god! Don't get me started on that.
Yeah,
she's a very interesting character. I think one of the biggest takeaways, just from not saying the things that we're all thinking about it, she's definitely just a character who I don't know if it's a point where she can't imagine not getting her way, or that she knows that she can do whatever she wants, and that if somebody has a problem with that, then she doesn't care. Is this something that she actively acknowledges, or
Wait, who is this?
Damara.
Oh, I was like, this could apply to many characters.
Yeah, I was like, are we talking about Vriska now?
Vriska's a whole nother problem.
Sidestep into Vrisk course?
I'm just thinking now. Into Vrisk course.
Now I'm thinking about. Okay, now you've got me thinking about that point in the comic when Vriska said that her dead self was being boring. And then comes in, steals Mina, and Mina's like, "Hey, I'm sorry, Vriska, but you're a wuss."
Oh,
I don't know, Vriska. Vriska makes a really good point.
That's
I felt
we're just gonna keep
sad
doing
for
that forever, I
version of
guess.
Vriska.
Yeah.
If you
Cut
keep
yourself.
talking about Vriska hating her dead self, you're gonna summon JoJo from the depths of the earth talking about Vrisk Jade as a ship again.
Oh no!
Oh my god, I saw
Oh,
this
no.
post on Twitter where and so the video was these two girls, right? And the first girl is like squatting
Oh,
her
yeah.
girlfriend.
I think Joe
Yeah.
shared that. I think that's
Wait,
That's
what?
Vrisk Jade.
that is
Yeah.
Vrisk
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's Fef Jade.
that is Fef Jade.
That's because
that
they're
is Fef
both
Jade.
jacked. Like, listen, we all love Vriska. You cannot tell me she works out.
No,
not at
she
all.
definitely
First,
doesn't.
No.
she weighs
A
90 pounds
twig.
soaking wet, is
See
6
that
feet
one
tall,
person
and
who
hasn't
used
showered
things
in
The only
months.
Yeah.
the only fear that the only things that she has big are her ego and her hair.
Hasn't showered? Is
Yeah.
this me? Sorry to be gross. Bye. I'm hiding again.
Like, I refuse
That
to accept
person
that
who used
Vriska
to
has
work
A,
out.
ever lifted a weight, or B, ever taken a shower.
She hasn't needed to lift any weights. She's been using people to lift the the cannon for this stuff.
God.
She's that person who you think goes to the gym, but you aren't 100% sure.
She
Like,
looked.
Vriska does 2 push-ups and then like congratulates herself for the next month.
Yeah.
She's like, ugh, whatever. These aren't even worth it anyway.
She looks jacked because she has 2% body fat.
Right, exactly.
And a robot arm.
yes.
And a robot arm. In
Yeah.
certain
And a robot arm.
iterations.
I mean, that was where the last of the 4% went.
Exactly.
On a scale, and they're like,
Ouch.
"Oh, you weigh a normal amount for a troll your size," but it turns out that the arm is so heavy
It
that like
counterbalances that she's just tiny. She's, oh my god, that explains Vriska. She's short angry. She's like 4'9", soccer player.
everybody
Like,
thinks
Does her hair drag on the ground? Jesus Lord.
yes,
Hold up.
I dated Vriska in high school. Is what I'm realizing.
Short Vriska. That's,
Oh,
that's the
Jesus.
thing now.
maybe
Also,
that's
like,
why I like Vriska more than you is because I'm shorter
She has
than
short
you.
energy.
I have.
I feel like
That's
Vriska was
okay,
like
okay.
We have some
like,
hot
and I
takes
like
in,
this
in the
matter.
discussion.
Vriska was
today.
that girl that everybody liked in high school, that either everybody dated in high school or everybody liked in high school, and then forgot ever existed again because she went off to be like a tattoo artist or something.
Yeah, she drops off the face of the
How
map.
short do you have to be short angry? Because I am 5'1" and I think I
The more we
qualify.
flesh out human stuck Vriska, the more I
Every inch is like 10,000 times more anger being compressed into a smaller body.
That's why.
It's like Chihuahuas.
That's why small things.
Fair. That's
are
fair.
because there's nowhere for it to go.
Vriska's persona is a Chihuahua.
This is being recorded for posterity.
Good.
The world will not forget.
Listen, part of the thing about engaging with Vriska in good faith is just bullying her relentlessly.
Why Olaf is the Vriska of Frozen?
Meme and
And no one shall ever forget it.
This
Okay,
has just
we're gonna
become an in.
We're gonna read
thought-
now. We're gonna read
I was
something.
talking to someone else who both didn't know Homestuck and didn't know this podcast. I said, like, Vriska, like, like, Olaf being the Vriska. They're like, who's the Vriska? And
What's a
what
Vriska?
are you talking about?
What does that mean?
What's a Vriska?
What
And
does
I just
that
had,
mean?
and like a very similar thing happened. Someone who does know Homestuck, and they're like, what are you talking about? And I took the conversation that
Right.
many jokes.
I'll be here all night,
Homestuck's
folks.
reaction and
Not
everyone else's
everyone-
reaction is, what does that mean? But coming
Oh
from
my God,
very
do y'all
different
remember?
places.
Do y'all remember whenever like everything had a Vriska picture in it? Oh my God, y'all remember that? Whenever it was just like God tiered Vriska
You
being
mean
put in the
now?
most random spaces. Oh yeah,
You
now.
mean right
Remember
now?
that
Yeah,
time
right now.
I've been here for a while.
There were a couple of those. Like there were just characters in inappropriate places or something like that. Like I remember a car cat, like a pants cat one.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Pants Cat.
Oh yeah.
Pants
Hey,
cat. I think the
got-
best neologism to come out of the fandom.
I
Oh,
may be very
Jesus
small,
Christ.
and I may have not been in here very long, but I've seen a great many things, and I have seen Pants Cat, and it's hilarious.
Pants
You've been
Cat is
digging up
wondrous.
a truly impressive amount of like
Yeah.
old stuff. Like I have been genuinely enjoying
Your
that.
your fandom archaeology is very appreciated.
It definitely is. Jane.
Oh no, I missed archaeology.
Do you remember Pants Cat?
Oh,
Jane?
oh yeah. Hi, Aradia. How you doing?
Hello. Hey. Okay, wait.
Hey.
Bring this up. Even though I am very much a plant person, that has not stopped me from attempting to bring random skeletons I find on the side of the road back home.
That is legit.
I saw a dead crow today, but it was covered in ants, so I did not.
The amount
Yeah,
of time
not a good part to
I have
Cursed.
so many pictures of half decomposed animals I've seen on the side of sidewalks. Yeah.
I have an interesting bird skeleton related story which I'm actually incorporating into the next podcast episode.
Hell yeah.
Which I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm gonna leave that out there as a little wait and see. It's super obvious in the podcast. All right. Let's read the next story. We have love letters in digital ink.
I saw it.
We have Kanaya. I call Kanaya. We have a lot of Rose and we have a little bit of Dave. So,
If nobody else will do Rose, I'll do Rose. But then,
I'll do Rose.
Rose,
okay, I'll be Dave.
You want to do Dave? All right.
Yeah. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Am I stepping on familiar territory?
No, I called Kanaya right away, like as soon as I introduced the story.
My man said.
All right. So, for those that are not familiar with this story, this is a, I think it's a Homestuck AU, I believe. Yeah. And it's basically Rose is running like a live journal essentially, and she's really into Kanaya and talks about her using her real name.
When is she not?
All the time.
That is some real content.
We're not gonna go into that. We're not gonna go into that territory.
Can you imagine somebody just like throwing your name in every 5 seconds and you're like, why am I so popular on the internet?
All right, let's start. So, I have a question for you.
Is it the mysterious customer from an extended period of silence to once again grace my notice? Why the lack of content? I was looking forward to our discussion about complacency. I have a feeling that is much that both of us have left unsaid on the subject, and I will not rest until we have beaten the dead horse so thoroughly into the ground that it becomes with dust over with. Well, I've also been looking through your blog.
That's why. Your URL in my notifications is somewhat off-putting, and it seemed that every time I wanted to say something to you, I would suddenly rethink my proposed topic of conversation and deem it insufficient for the likes of you. My apologies if I have come across as standoffish. It was not my intention.
Well, you did, but I hardly hold you accountable. I have been known to do the same thing on occasion. I just think that I'll just take that as a hint to initiate our conversations myself more often in the future. Be the change you want to see in the world.
Please do.
But I berated you. What is your question about?
Oh, hold on. I wrote it down somewhere. Yes, all right. Do you...
Oh, good heavens, how do I say that name?
Auxiliatrix.
Auxiliatrix?
Auxiliatrix. I was like, that looks like auxiliatory, but not quite.
That's the fun thing about Homestuck words, though, is they like Andrew Hussey does to the English language what German usually does to itself, and he's like, I'm gonna squish this together, and you're gonna have to infer what I'm talking about, but it makes sense.
Auxiliatrix is actually a real word. It means a helpful
where?
woman.
Rad.
Yeah.
Where are you right now reading this?
Language is just 3 languages stacked together
Right
in a
here.
French code.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Miss Auxiliatrix, you can't dangle such enigmatic oh my gosh, an inquiry over my head, and then refuse to execute it. I'm on the edge of my seat with fascination. Please sally forth with your question. Humble from the chair entirely.
Okay, Miss Therapist. Do you want me to make something for you, maybe? Possibly. I mean, not for money, of course. It would be something I do of my own volition, and with my own funds. I am just only asking to get your permission because, I do not want to be creepy.
I would be delighted if you made something for me. In fact, even now, I'm a little startled by the generosity of your offer. But of course I won't turn it down. What did you have in mind? I'm partial to suit, but if skirts are your specialty, I won't turn down a finely dress.
A dress was what I had sketched out, although that can be changed with relative ease. I imagined something purple and black to match your blog theme. Is that cheesy?
Quite. Also adorable, though don't sweat it. I can send you some pictures of favorite garments I own, if that would make your job. But I don't want to ruin your vision. Much input.
That's okay. I think I will manage. It will take some time to get the fabrics and such, but ultimately, I do not believe you will be dissatisfied.
I find it quite hard to imagine that I would be dissatisfied with anything you made me. After perusal of your blog, there are quite some things, and I'm particularly fond of your... Oh, I forget his name. Swindleman? The color and ornament, just fantastic.
Oh, man. Thanks.
A pleasure.
On the subject, I read your latest post about the sleepover.
Oh, dear. Was it too explicit? What the heavens to that? David? Why is Matilda playing on the TV?
Oh my god, it gets me every time this happens.
It sounds like some fan canon content, and I'm close to just writing down what I just heard. This close.
You should.
I'm like gonna start reaching for my
All
pencil.
fiction is inspired by reality.
All comedy is inspired by reality. Is that why all my comedy is tragic? Or the classic dramedy written by Arquette, Summer Teen Romance.
Oh, all right.
Me and the other voice.
Okay, sorry, what were y'all saying? Y'all get this.
We're just goofing. We're just goofing about bullshit.
Goofing and gaffing and goofing. So I'm card by a Wiz Khalifa, but I saw a music video, whatever. Like, people used to make so many music videos for like Homestuck content.
Lyrics are good.
They are.
Lyrics
Okay,
are good, actually. I like them a lot.
I would love to do a lyric stuck sometime. I have a lot of songs in mind.
There was one that I found that was it was When I Grow Up, and it was so good.
My only response.
There need to be lyric stuck for country rap songs.
What? Oh!
Can you imagine the like if it's meant to be, it'll be, baby, it's meant to be, whatever that song is.
I'm so sorry. Hosta doing like pratfalls in the background is providing such a depth of sound here. It's a really good oral experience.
What?
Well, just you're getting up to whatever shenanigans in the background while we're all talking in the foreground, and it's really just adding like a layer of comedy to everything.
It's aestheticism at its finest.
You're just hearing me simultaneously yelling at my brother, trying to figure out why Matilda just turned on the TV, and trying to keep track of what's going on in the conversation, which I am failing at.
Matilda turned on the TV because she's psychic, of course.
There's it's like that same build up whenever there's like, I don't know, some. Go ahead.
I was gonna say we're just waiting for you to finish with whatever you're taking care of so that you can keep reading, but don't mind us.
This is like on the same like AM FM wavelength as the what are those movies called where it's like America is like all killing each other, and like no, like all crime is
Purge?
allowed. The Purge, yeah.
The Purge.
Which I've never seen.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
It's another libertarian fantasy.
I mean, yeah.
Well, that and also saying screw the rich, which is also libertarian.
Yeah, like they're pretty. Like the later ones make it pretty explicit that like this is a thing engineered by the rich for profit.
Yeah, but like what Assassination Nation still did it better.
Yeah. I mean,
What's it called?
like,
This voice call feels like, oh
my lord, Dylan,
I think your brother is a treasure.
No. This is the perfect fan and content. Oh my god, I just want to.
This is awesome.
John trying to talk on Discord with Rose and like with Roxy, and he's trying to like I don't know spread like he's trying to show his feelings for this woman, and you just hear in the background John's dad like doing an impromptu breakdance session because he can't get the icing off of his like church shoes because he's trying to bake a cake.
Where they live with Jade, and Jade is like, "Oh my god, my flower just bloomed. I have to crossbreed them now."
But it cuts out, and
My,
all you hear is crossbreed them now.
Sorry, my half sister's being a crackhead. I'm sorry.
It's an AU where Roxy and Dave grow up as siblings. Like that's the dynamic at play.
Oh Jesus! Oh no! Oh danger! Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Roxy and Dave living together is like those TikToks of the my boyfriend, no, my sister's boyfriend climbing through the window, and then the person's like, "You want to play with my Legos?"
I mean, you're not wrong.
Dirk and Roxy live.
You're not wrong, but you hate that I'm right.
Very
I do.
similar to the like dynamic that me and my siblings had. We're either at each other's throats, or we're conspiring against the parents,
That's fair.
or we're just hanging out in our rooms.
Guys,
welcome to the duality of man.
I've come to an astonishing conclusion.
Yes.
What?
Dave Egbert is Bill Wirtz.
Bill
I don't
Wirtz?
know what this means.
What?
Bill Wirtz, the history of Japan, history of the entire world.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, piece of garbage.
Yeah, Dave Egbert.
That's the entire Strider and Milan family.
Wow.
It's Prospect Dreamer Dave is what it is.
I mean, technically that is true because like I remember one of the first lines that was in epilogues was John talking about how he got sucked up by an anime, like an anime something. He was like, "Oh, anime's gonna kill me, guys."
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Okay.
Hosta, you good?
Okay, I'm
you
good
good
now.
to read, or are you still?
Oh
dealing
my
with
god,
brother stuff?
I'm on Bill Wirtz's website, and it's the perfect John. It's a perfect. I'm sorry, Dave Egbert. I don't know how I feel about John Strider though.
It's John Lalonde.
Yeah, John.
Oh yeah, no, no.
I like Dave Lalonde. Dave Lalonde is a very interesting.
Dave Lalonde is appealing, but like John Lalonde is really good because what you get is he like the same interest in like magic and half-hearted programming and bad movies, but completely and utterly sincere because he's spoiled all the fuck.
Yep.
That's
accurate.
that's
You
some
just-
Pacifica from Gravity Falls stuff.
That sounds like Harry Potter and Hermione Granger just had a child.
What that is.
Yeah, basically.
I'm hearing some Harry Granger crossbreeding.
That's
The circle of stupidity is complete.
super gross, but okay.
Okay.
All right, let's let Hosta read.
Okay.
You are here.
I know that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know that some of my followers were disgruntled by the detail, but I couldn't really imagine another place to talk about it. Really, it was an emotional ordeal for everyone involved.
Oh, I did not mind at all. Really, it was the exact opposite. I enjoy your personal news sections immensely. They are entertaining and funny. I just wanted to say,
What? You once more you tempt my curiosity to fill its state.
Nothing. I must have forgotten. Ha ha, silly me.
Okay. Do you want to talk about complacency? Blah, 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 blah. I meant... Dang it. In the middle of working out, do you want to know what popped into my mind?
What popped into your mind?
When I tell you when I never want to see you again.
Oh, Jesus.
And please, can you stop calling? Because it's getting really boring. That's what decided to pop into my mind in the middle of this. Okay. I meant it. What about that dead horse?
I think I will later, but my sister is calling me. I think she wants me to help her with something outside, which is irritating, but not half so irritating as she is when I do not give her what she wants.
God, I know that. I know the feeling. Roxy won't leave me alone until I give her what she wants. It's infuriating, isn't it?
It is irksome, insofar as she is quite inconsiderate of others' time, but charming, insofar as I am flattered that she desires my presence with such frequency and vigor.
Golly, you do have a good attitude about it. I suppose you're right. You'd best go talk to her.
Righto. I will talk to you again, maybe, Miss Therapist.
I'll hold it to you, Miss
What? Oh,
Ryan, that I need to use it. Can you please stop yelling? Climb down your mouth.
And take it away, Dave.
Jesus.
Topical!
I think you talked more about Kanaya than that last post, and he did literally anything else, which I guess is understandable. I mean, some of your followers might have been doubting your imitable gayness. Can't have that now. Ramp it to fucking 11 is what I say. Make it impossible for anyone to doubt the depth of your longing attraction to Kanaya Mariam. Fucking bury us in that shit. Compose essays on the color of her eyes. Write poetry about her arms. Like, shit, you're halfway there. Now all you gotta do is get up close and personal with her and make sure your followers really get the KM experience, you know? I fucking love the way that Dave just is as a character.
Yes.
I just want to say that.
Homestuck.
Dave has some of the best metaphors, and he runs with it too. He's not afraid to like make metaphors every 5 seconds. Oh my god, it's so great.
Yeah.
Write a dissertation dissecting every aspect of your first date. Interview psychological specialists on what it means when a girl rubs your lacy neckline. Post a video of your first kiss. This is how sex tapes happen, Lavon.
Rub your lacy neckline sounds obscene.
Yeah, that's the point.
This fic doesn't get NSFW, but they sure talk a big game.
I know that this is the same energy as this is the same energy as the 12-year-old girl taking Barbie and Ken doll and smacking them together.
Yeah.
Much bigger than that. It'd be like a 5-year-old.
And then like they don't know what they did wrong, but as soon as the mom walks in, they're like screaming and crying.
This fic is good because it's pure, unadulterated wish fulfillment.
Yes.
Like, it's just...
Oh, I have a Barbie story. I'm going to drop it in text chat.
Oh, boy.
Okay. My brother was very concerned for me because he took off his headphones and heard me say, rubs your lacy neckline sounds obscene.
Rubs your lacy neckline. Oh my god, that sounds like something I would see in a roleplay post, to be completely honest.
Totally.
Pretty much.
That's what makes this better.
How lacy can a neckline? Okay, now I'm thinking about it. I can't. Oh, it's trash. It's trash. All right, your turn, Rose.
Well, you weren't responding, so I had to take matters in my own hands. And anyway, I haven't that much. It's personal news. It's personal news. I can get up close and personal.
Okay. But, and this is a quote from the post itself. It was unquestionably the most erotic moment of my life. Lon, I'm your fucking cousin. I don't need to know that shit.
You're the girl too far. I can't see.
Oh, It's at the top of the screen. There you go.
You're my new Dave
There we
voice.
go, there we go.
Holy shit.
What?
What'd you say?
You're my new Dave voice head cannon.
Oh, thank you so much. That's so
Okay,
sweet of you to say.
no. I need y'all to pause this very quickly. Come over here and tell them what you just told me.
Lawful good warlock, patron Bob Ross.
Yes.
Sure, why not?
Oh, absolutely.
I would say that Bob Ross himself
Are you Bob Ross?
is a paladin.
Okay.
Bob Ross was a paladin. They were like, this motherfucker is too pure to be living on this earth. Bring him to the celestial plane.
Yes.
Still Bob Ross.
Yes. Okay.
Still Bob
Wait.
Talk about the.
Lawful good warlock patron Bob Ross, but every time he sees a demon, he immediately goes to murder. He's like, just beat the little demons away, and he's like casting 25 Eldritch Blast at the same time.
Yeah.
But they're just happy, covered up by a little tree.
I still want to play a character that I like. Somebody put together, as far as I could tell, a pretty decent warlock build to be a patron of the final Pam.
Hell yes.
And I think that would be fun. And I would like to play a shitpost D&D session, actually.
Bruh, I would wait. I would love to
that'd be fun.
DM the final fight. I'd just make wait. Then oh my god.
Guys,
Yeah?
Yeah.
we should probably.
Yeah, we should.
Oh, that was real quiet. We couldn't hear you.
We should probably get back to
Yeah,
hand.
Let's.
I was
read,
very
because
close to
this
telling a
is
D&D
longer
story.
one.
Yeah.
Okay. If I can't talk about issues on my blog, then where can I talk about them? Question of free speech is the first step to the fall of democracy days, and sometimes exercising the right to free speech means talking to hot girls on your cult blog. Them's the breaks.
Democracy is literally going to die if I don't let everyone know how gay I am.
Rosalind 2K16.
I'm glad we're on the same page here. Besides, be surprised about how therapeutic it is. Have you tried talking about your emotions? I think that a lot of your problems
A lot of Twitter took that advice. I'm just gonna say that.
with expression could be avoided if you made full use of the anonymous speech platform that you've been so generous with and freely provided.
Okay, we're going back to the train the fuck up out of the station because I'm not the subject of scrutiny here, Miss Tinsel Fucker. Therapist. Sorry, autocorrect.
It's okay. The substitution of children in the room.
Lover.
Worker for therapist. Lover for therapist. On your phone explains a lot about you.
Taylor.
What? Oh, human.
Hey, look what's this? Rosetta.jpg. It's my middle finger. God damn, how did that get there?
I don't know what
An inspiring portrait, to be sure. But you're delusional if you think that's going to distract me from the rousing discussion of your emotional depression onto which you've suddenly stumbled. If blogging is in style, perhaps you could go a different route. Have you considered submitting an advice ask box, or perhaps event ask blog? Those can be very helpful if you're looking to retain complete anonymity. Screen is too small to read that.
Carcinogenesis.
Carcinogenesis is a very good one, I hear.
This bitch really did just plug Carcat's at.
I mean, I'd read his blog.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I but the problem is, like, I feel like you can't really read it. It would just kind of like punch you in the face.
Yeah, you don't read it so much as it yells at you.
It reads you.
Carcat's Tumblr has an autoplay music that starts when you get onto it, but it's like him narrating his posts, and he just calls it out.
It's one of those text-to-speech programs with the yelling voice. It's like, I can't believe this shit! Like,
yes.
Yes.
Carcat is what is to Carcat is to the humans as Americans in the English language is to Germany. I mean, to German language.
God.
He's always angry. I mean, No matter what. And he has full rights to be too.
He's so small.
He operates at 100% volume all the time.
There's a really good line that I had, I think, in my Dave Cat fic that's for a zine that I can't release. But like it was like no word left unyelled. It was this kid always operates at full throttle. No word left unyelled.
No step left unstomped.
And there was a third one.
Carcat is what happens when you take VLC's volume slider all the way up to 125.
Oh, no door left unslammed, no word left unyelled, no step left unstomped. That's what it was.
Nice. All right.
What are you laughing about?
Hey, Dave.
Come on, younger child.
All right. Nope. Don't need that shit. You provide all the bullshit psychoanalysis. Wait, I'm sorry. You provide all the bullshit psychoanalysis a guy could ever possibly need. Who needs to read insightful books about gender and sexual orientation when you've got a cousin ready to tell you how all your dreams are actually about dicks? I really lucked out on the genetics lottery, didn't I? Shit, wow. Wow, that was loaded. Oh, that was a very loaded statement.
Say all you want, Jade. Jade?
Jade makes it. Okay.
I mean, Jade does make sense. Say all you want, Dave. I am impervious to your
ribbing.
Ribbing, thank you. Your psychoanalysis is razor sharp accuracy. And if you don't recall, I happen to have a very Dave Snyder original. I think it is fitting to your consideration here. Ahem. Oh no!
Go off. You have to.
You super
Unless
don't
you want
have
to do it
to.
in my voice.
No, I'm gonna do it. Look, wanting to love
Redacted.
programmers doesn't make you gay. It just makes you a human being with functional eyeballs. Get off my butt. Dave Strider,
This is
18.
This is the same energy as lesbians saying that it's okay to want to date Harry Styles.
Lesbians holding up Thor. I just think he's neat.
Yeah.
Like, get off me!
Is he though?
Thor's
Dave.
him lesbian.
What this could not what this piece of art could not transcribe through its writing was that Dave waited about 5 minutes before he actually posted this response. I stand by it.
Nice.
All I'm saying is that Daisy Ridley, who is his co-star, is the peak of human attraction. I certainly was not immune to her charm.
Oh my god, I'm just now imagining Daisy, like the Smash Brothers character, with Ridley's range, and I'm actually fucking terrified. Okay, yeah, sure. All right. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Daisy Ridley's fun as but I don't think you're getting me here.
In fairness, Daisy plus Ridley seems like a pretty easy character to KO.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
True.
The actress?
I'm a lesbian.
No, Daisy's
No
a
matter how
Smash character and
hard you
Ridley's a
realize
Smash
it is
character.
What? Hold on.
I don't know how I live with you.
Damn.
Hold up. I
Damn.
need you to repeat that.
Separate bedroom, and it's important that we have our alone time.
Hold up.
Alone
Can
time is
someone repeat
important.
that for me?
Repeat what? Which part?
The
Someone said something and everyone started dying, and I would like to know what it was because I was in the middle of reading stuff.
It was Buck.
I was making a Smash joke, and Bucky was like, "Oh, Daisy Ridley, the actress? You mean Daisy Ridley, the actress, not Daisy the Smash character." Just like shutting me down. It was real. He's bullying me.
Aw, that's mean.
Don't dish it, you can't take it, motherfucker.
To be fair, the whole exchange was hilarious, and none of it would have worked on its own.
So would anyone like to play some Super Smash Brothers with me after this?
David, I need you to shut up and
Oh?
go back
whatever you were watching, and please stop making that obscene hand gesture.
Like this holds the same energy whenever Kanaya finally used all caps in
Don't
yeah.
David, I will shove the slime down your throat, and you cannot stop me.
I'm waiting for her microphone to like reach so high that it starts peaking. There it goes.
I love it when you meet someone and you find out that they cackle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I have like 15 different laughs, and like my cackles are my favorite ones.
Oh, I was gonna say I love Pasta laughing as Pfeffer in business.
That was
it was
great.
so good.
That was very good.
Deep breaths, Hosta.
Did this motherfucker say "cockle you later"?
Yes,
Is that?
He did say.
Oh my god!
My mom and dad poked their heads into the room, and they had pretzels in their mouths that made it look like they were raw. And it was startling enough after my brother doing many not okay things.
Ladies and
that
gentlemen, folks of all genders, this is a Safer Work stream. I just forgot to remove the label on my channel.
We need the sponsorships.
Daddy, a weirdo. He's a 13-year-old boy.
This stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. It is a game that you can play on your phone. It's a
computer program.
It sure does have graphics, folks.
It runs on a number of devices.
Hey guys,
runs on a number of devices.
Guys, I was playing Raid Shadow Legends yesterday, and like it looks so smooth on the computer. Oh my god, guys, you should watch it right now.
This has been an extremely intrusive ad break.
To look weirder.
Hey mods, can you please stop spamming the go to advertisement button? The mods are like fiercely trying to fix the code because it's broken.
Okay, we're good now.
All right, back to reading.
Where were we?
We're at me saying, but I don't think you're getting me here, and then you respond.
Yeah, the highlighted thing is your first line.
Dave, no matter how much you argue, you realize that it's literally inconceivable for you to convince me that Code Aaron is anymore on a basic and platonic level aesthetically appealing, which indicates something about you.
Oh, what did I post?
Hold on, I need.
Shut up, David!
I needed some culture to be infused in me. Now I know what Poe Dameron looks like. Oh, they were in the Star Wars movie. Oh my god, I feel so stupid.
You're okay.
Oh my god, Oscar Isaac is so handsome.
He's the best
It's
looking
insane.
one in the movie.
John Boyega's also very handsome.
No,
Oscar
John
Isaac
Boyega,
is
no.
Very annoying.
He is
that
tied
Poe
for the
and
best
Finn didn't
looking
get
one in the
together.
movie.
Yeah, okay. Like, how can
I
you
will die on the
be
hill
with
that
Daisy
Poe
Ridley
and
in
Finn
it and
run
go,
together.
yeah, the boy is the prettiest one? Like, I'm sorry.
He's tied for the 3 best looking people in the movie.
Daisy Ridley is like
Daisy
kind of a
Ridley does
generic
look
brunette
good.
white girl, though.
You're absolutely right
So,
about that.
Generic brunette.
I will die on the
like,
hill.
all girls are pretty, but like she's very average. She's just like.
Oh, you're saying she's mid? Mid.
Shit, I forgot Rose is in the second.
Thing is,
she's
Daisy
tied
Ridley
for the
very-
4 best looking people in the movie.
But
I
the
forgot
thing
Rose was in the
about
second one.
Daisy Ridley
Is
is
Rose
jacked. Like,
What about Kelly Marie Tran?
That's Rose in the second one. Kelly Marie Tran.
Okay.
okay, yeah, no. In episode 7, Daisy Ridley's number 1. In episode 8,
David, do you want me to shove the slime down your throat?
This sounds like.
You
Oh
want
my
me
god,
to
I can't
shove
even.
this slime down your throat?
Is it too?
Okay, Jane. Okay, Jane, Miss Xenophobe.
Go away! I
No, wait.
don't care about the ding dong twist!
What twist?
I don't care!
Me neither. I don't know.
here's a hint about
Raid Shadow Legends.
I only heard about World Star when I started watching movie operators.
Let's all take a nostalgia.
I
Yeah.
think I'm okay now.
Okay, cool. We're back. You are here.
No, I
you're
gotta read my
reading.
line.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. I must read. No, it doesn't. Even ask John. He's literally the straightest guy in the world. He'd agree with me. Dark even agrees with me.
Dave. Dirk is gay.
Welcome to the first 3 acts of Homestuck. Well, no fucking shit, Lalon. I know that, but look, okay, it's the principle of the thing, right?
I'm going to choose this meant the exit of the conversation and leave you to stew with mute smorgasbord of your emotions, desperately reviewing your previous parts and starting to favor the niggling doubt that cockles in the cockles of your heart about your supposed heterosexuality, which I will only say this. Statistically, it is twice as likely for the second, third, or fourth child of the family to be gay as it is for the first. Given Dirk's orientation, what might that suggest?
Cockles. What the fuck is a cockle? Holy shit.
Did somebody actually write out that word in a dictionary and then nod and you go, yep, sure as fuck. Looks like I got a damn good serious word. Nobody could ever ask for this ridiculous.
Sigh. Here is what the URL I recommend again. Please consider it. Goodbye, Dave.
Cockle you later, Rose. God damn it.
Oh, good heavens. Welcome text. Here we go. Date, June 13th, 2016. Weather, sunny. Mood, peaceful. Nude. My dear friend ectobiologist had mailed me a pendulum. I said mood.
Hey guys, look, it's a Homestuck reference. Look, June 13th. Ah,
I have achieved.
David, take the markers out of your nose.
Welcome to the next Dirk and Dave fanfic I'm gonna write.
I feel like we're producing entertaining content. Whether or not we get through this fic or not doesn't even matter.
No, I think the people that are watching, including us, are very entertained about what's going on. The 4 of us.
You just get to hear the chaos in my family life.
Dave, markers up your nose.
Okay. Writing in the attached notes that he thought I would like this because it's supposed to do a bunch of spiritual stuff that would be really cool. It should be noticed that I don't really do pendulum readings, nor do I know how, but the gesture was touching and kind regardless. I think I will endeavor to learn it in the near future to make use of John's gift. It would be rude not to, I think. She literally did the same thing with knitting that I have to interject very quickly. It's a lovely thing with an amethyst stone. Perhaps a reference to the color of my type. I've been looking around for a pendulum blogs to follow and learn from. If anyone has suggestions, please drop them below. I think the more we can educate each other's spiritualities, the more... Who knows? Maybe I'll find an affinity for the practice. Or maybe I'll just try it, find out own favorite, and have it pretty quick in my collection. There are virtually no to having artifacts collections. I performed another tarot self-satisfied and introspective. That overcame me earlier today. Only one call. This time, more seemed excessive. My results were thus. The Hermit, meant to represent deep thought, isolation. Is that evolution?
Evaluation.
Evaluation, thank you. My phone screen is not very nice.
Yeah, no, it's sorry.
Evolution and the working of one's subconscious. Personally, I like to think that it has some line with psychology. But again, that is... You can make of my interpretation what you wish. I have been thinking about psychoanalysis. Ask Turntech Godhead. In light of certain Turntech Godhead observations. The amount of... it seems to be at odds with spirituality, psychology, doesn't it? It seems to be at odds with oh my good heavens. It seems to be at odds with psychology, doesn't it? I don't know how to read that sentence.
Where?
It seems to
Can you
be
please
at
highlight
odds
it?
with spirituality, psychology, doesn't it?
Okay, I knew how it sounded in my head, but I couldn't figure out how to phrase it.
It's a little awkwardly parsed.
Wait, where are we
Well,
right
I
now?
couldn't.
Oh, thank
Right
you.
here. But I didn't find this. But I don't find this to be so. In fact, if you read books by Feud and Young, they even explain what people are more on to others. I have linked my favorites below the post, if anybody is interested. Now the subject of brand ritual suffered much discussion, but is apparently still a vague concept to some of my readers. The ritual I plan to execute is one that I found deep in the archives of the deactivated blog about half a year ago. It is the most complicated of anything I've seen or thought to attempt, which is, in all honesty, why I'm undrawn to it. It requires bones, candles, and several herbs, which are difficult to produce where I live, which is why it has taken so long. Done successfully, it is an entity from beyond, unlike any backgammon, Mirija, or other minor forms. However, the difficulty is in treating this entity with respect and firmness, which is what I hope to do. I have not told my mother about this. She would likely not approve. Roxy knows, of course. She reads this blog, after all. But she does not believe that I will be successful, so it does not worry her too much. We all face doubters in our days, followers, and we must press on through their denouncements. In other news, along with the pendulum, John sent me a soft plushie. It's a yellow salamander, and I have at once
Assimilated.
thank you, into my
You're
collection
welcome.
of positively charged objects. I have named him Viceroy Von Salamander, and he's the most dedicated of my subjects. I have linked a picture to His Excellency below. Answers questions. Questions answered. In response to
Answered questions.
Submission, which is not a question but bears my less. Congratulations, I am wholeheartedly delighted for you and Arsenic Catnip. I hope you two will be very happy together. Please continue to record your experiences. Aquarium ritual. I find them both heartwarming and interesting to read. In response to questions about why
Terminally capricious.
thank you, is now on my blacklist, it's clearly defined by my terms of vision that photos will not contain excessive blood or NSFW content. They're violation of 2 out of 3 base simple.
Oh, Gamsey.
Yeah.
Oh no!
That Gamzee.
That
How?
Gamzee.
Honk. Oh.
Where's that good boy Mormon Gamzee when you need him?
Hey guys, a little bit of Jesus,
A little bit of Satan.
I can be your angle.
Or a devil.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Did you say angle?
Yes, he did.
Yes. I did. Without embarrassment.
Their violation of 2 out of the basic simple rules led to what I found was necessary and properly led to what I found a necessary and proper admin for safety of my readers. This blog contains untagged cruise with caution. Recommend them. Please stop sending me messages about and relevant information regarding them that you would like me to convey to my followers.
Shut up! Mom. Please stop singing Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh God, can't tell you how many times I've heard Bohemian Rhapsody sung as a theater kid.
Personal news. I would like to clarify that I have received Roxy's permission to following online, with a caveat that if you are related to, friends with, acquaintance of, follower of, and anything other way affiliated with poor Miriam, you will skip the rest of this post, and that it will be hidden behind a read for your convenience of doing so. That being said, Roxy and Porum had a sleepover.
Come on, brothers. Why are you dropping this content? Why are you talking about our moms, bro? What the fuck?
No, they're
I
sisters.
don't think
They're
this is
sisters in this AU.
surprise to anyone
Sisters,
who read my
sorry.
last post thoroughly, nor was it entirely surprising to me, but I was moderately startled nonetheless. Roxy informed me that this fact when driving me to my violin lesson
Viable.
was
Valid.
also nonchalant to someone commenting on the weather.
Valid.
What? I said, just in your room? Yep. During the sleepover? Yep. I waited a moment. Was it... I can't read that. We're skipping ahead a little bit.
Content.
Keep your hands on the wheel, I said irritably. It's just a question. Sure, what... Oh, gosh, I have to skip that line, too. I'm sorry. My brother doesn't care, but I would like to keep some resemblance of
Dignity,
okayness.
love for yourself,
Dignity. Not
appreciation
necessarily
for
for
all.
myself. I don't care, but there's some lines that I'm fine with reading, but I'm not going to read out loud.
That's fine.
All right.
Da.
Do you want a replacement for these lines?
You can pass it off to another
read these
Rose
lines
if
for
you'd rather someone else read it too.
I'd volunteer
Let
for
Rose
Rose.
do this for a little bit, just like this one little segment, because I can't read this out loud.
Okay,
I
yeah,
volunteer.
let's switch roses. Okay, we've got another Rose.
Okay. Where am I starting from?
I think we're gonna start from here.
Okay. It's not like I care particularly, but I thought you might feel like disclosing. You know, isn't that customary for sisterly talking about sex? Rosie, you put a lot of shit on your blog. You can trust me, I said, offended. Dude, I don't want literally thousands of people knowing my sex life. Why not? I don't see how thousands of people knowing that you had sex with a hot woman is a bad thing. Jesus
Wow.
Christ, Rose.
Damn. Okay.
I mean,
For
she's
one,
not
Jesus
wrong.
Christ, Rose, I think
Hot woman
sums up my
solidarity. Damn.
Rose, I will cause problems on purpose. Hold
What? Am I wrong? I am not wrong, for the record, in my opinion. In my opinion, your regard for Roxy should only increase at this revelation. If you so much as consider sending a rude message about this, consider yourself blocked and doxxed already. Weigh that against whatever inevitably numbskulled comment is sitting on your tongue at the moment, and proceed carefully. No, but like, Jesus Christ! You still haven't answered the question, I pointed out. Also, feel free to tag back in whenever. I will not know when to stop unless someone tells me. She made me promise not to go into detail here, and I will respect that. But for the record, the answer apparently was yes. Very, very much so. Ad infinitum.
Wow. Jesus Christ, Rose.
I know! This is why I love her. She's a little shit.
But it's like she doesn't know when to stop or when the answer's no because
that's
she's
the
been
thing.
so used to.
That's the thing. She absolutely knows. She is
just
every
doesn't.
bit the troll as Dave is.
Yes, she just does it in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
She's sneaky.
something that I've been brewing in the back of my head for like the past however long it's taken for us to read this, but like Kanai and Rose talking to each other, I now realize is the same energy as like two nerds like fighting each other with like lightsabers.
Yes!
Yeah, that's fair.
They're like talking circles around each other ad infinitum. It kills me to now realize that.
Accepted.
Moving right along.
I can't comment on that.
Okay.
There's nothing I can say that will look good on me.
Oh.
I think I can hop in now. I think we've passed the
go for it.
All right.
Tetris waters.
You got it.
Okay, where were we?
We are right here.
She asked me about Kanaya, and I essentially directed her to my latest post, which she read in the car during my violin lesson, then teased me about it for the rest of the day. Just because some of us choose to express our affections eloquently does not make us total nerds, Roxy. Speaking of Kanaya, she has continued work on the certain as up that and it is among. Oh my gosh! I'm sorry, my phone is not being nice right now.
Would you like
You're
to?
getting to hear me stumble.
Would you like to tag
No,
out again,
no,
or are you good?
Nope, I'm good. I'm
Okay,
good.
Cool.
My glasses are not being very helpful right now, so I'm taking them off.
The gloves have not come off. The towel's not been thrown yet.
The glasses have come off though.
Oh shit. She just unlocked her third power awakening.
No handles. Handles remain thoroughly unpirouetted off of.
The irons are in fact
right in here.
She's continued to work on the garden, and it is among the most frustrating things ever inflicted upon a poor sapphic soul.
poor sapphic soul.
God damn it. Fucking Rose. I can't take this.
She's unbearable, and I love her.
No, I'm like, oh, I understand now. Things that weren't known are now making themselves very clear to me.
I'm reminded of a quote by Virginia Woolf. A woman must have some money and a room of her own if she is to write. My own amendment. A woman must have money and a room of her own without windows conveniently looking onto another woman's wealthy garden, if she is to write. Now, Miss Miriam, the eldest, the mother of the group, has been inviting us over to dinner as compensation for these books. Apparently, this is custom for neighbors. After inviting me over, there is an invitation extended in return. It strikes me as strange, but overall not a mean method of courtesy. After all, it gives me a chance to stand in Kanaya Miriam's bedroom, the thought of which is not pleasant at all. Rose, dear, you are not very subtle. Subtlety is simultaneously your forte and not your forte.
I love
and I would
the-
like to know how you're doing that.
Oh my
I love the reference to like how flowers were like the ways that middle-aged like women used to communicate to each other like a long time ago. It's crazy, bruh.
Okie dokie.
Also, she made a Virginia Woolf reference, and that kills me.
Oh, Fleece? Oh, no,
Thank you.
It was Danny.
She came over today with both of her daughters in tow. I spied them coming from my bedroom window and veritably flung myself down the stairs to be the first out the door. Roxy usually answers day-to-day calls when Mother isn't here, but her bedroom does not provide her with any view of the street, so I was conveniently situated to put myself in that advantageous position. In my excitement, I almost opened the door before one rang the bell. I'm sure they saw my shadow lurking behind the... I didn't care. Miss Miriam Miss Miriam is clearly the source of her daughter's good looks. I do not know who their other parent is. They were rightfully sloshed in the genetic lottery. She dresses in a manner not unsimilar to Morticia Adams, and wears her hair in the same way her Kanaya does. I was thinking there's a daughter somewhere, and there isn't, and that was tripping me up.
I feel like the writer probably meant to type one and went with the other, and then just didn't notice it in editing.
I think I think the fact that she's saying that Kanaya is being owned by the mother holds a much stronger energy than either of those being an option.
As a
Her
writer, they wrote her daughter, realized it wasn't specific, and changed it to Kanaya and forgot to erase the her.
Or, conversely, Rose is referring to herself. Her Kanaya.
Wait.
This is how interpretation happens.
Welcome to the 5th reread of the same book, guys.
I do like the idea of, like, Rose subconsciously going, like, her Kanaya.
Yeah,
She's not subconsciously doing it. She put it
that's
all into the internet.
Definitely what the writer did on purpose.
Especially with the Virginia Woolf reference.
Wink,
Also didn't put Wolf with the E. Isn't it Virginia Woolf with an E?
It is Virginia Woolf with an E.
I feel like it'd be funny if they literally wrote down Virginia Woolf with an E.
And they were like Back it up, back it up. And then
Rose
just
would
forgot
do
to do
that.
it.
Rose would absolutely do that. All right.
Ta-da. She greeted me warmly at the door and offered invitation trim. The text of which cordially invite the
Mademoiselle
Lalonde family to a dinner party at the Madame Miriam on the 16th of June 2016. It went on further details, the anticipated menu and entertainment options. Had my mother received it, she likely would have Miriam then and there. Okay, cool. She loves these kinds of things. She also would be unlikely to pass up an opportunity to someone like Miss Miriam, like any hot-blooded Lalonde.
Like the tune existence?
Oh no. I listened to her profoundly and waved a modest hello to Kaya. I could not meet Poor's eyes. Listening to your sister in great deal about her sleepover, repeated sleepover games, redacted, with the person will do that relationship with. I'm sure I came off as rude, but it was all I could do to keep the blush from my cheek. Kanaya approached me after both of the others had left and smiled. I may not have to do this, but her smile was quite fetching. Rose, we get it. You're a hopeless romantic.
And also
Hopeless
like writing a bad.
romantic.
She's like writing a. It's like a bad fan fiction writing a bad fan fiction.
Rose is very.
Right.
She's the
She's
same
a
way.
capital R, little r romantic.
She's like how Greg Heffley writes about his life in such a like perspective that it only things that he says goes on actually happen, and it makes him a bad point of view.
So did you also watch a video about like how Diary of a Wimpy Kid was way more impactful on society than it's been recently?
Absolutely.
Like, thinking about
That
right
sounds
now.
like a video that's going to be on my recommended feed eventually, but I've got a very long YouTube watch list.
What are you on about?
About him being a
His
sociopath
car
as
was
well.
chaotic, and I love it.
Greg Heffley was a cultural reset and B, a sociopath. And there are two videos that explain both of those.
I thought you were going to say a cultist at first, and I don't even know why.
I heard Rick Astley, and I'm
No,
very
he's not.
confused because that was my old pastor.
No, the third one, the third video that I'm thinking of makes him into a cult-like figurehead because people were writing fan fictions about him, and then they were like set 20 years in the future. Greg Heffley from Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
Greg Heffley, RPF.
There is a fan fiction of Greg Heffley where he goes to Rowley's house.
Okay,
and
no, I need to say this before I forget. I thought you said Rick Astley, and I was very concerned and mildly confused because he was my old pastor.
Wow.
And I definitely thought you were
Humble
saying that my
flex?
old pastor.
Humble flex?
I mean,
so there's a fan fiction
maybe.
there's a fan fiction of Greg Heffley where he goes to Rowley's house. This is 20 years later in the future, right? So like the dad is like sick in bed, and like the dad hates Greg's younger brother because Greg's younger brother became like a millionaire or something and forgot about his family. So Greg, in his like hot-blooded anger, drives to Rowley's house, says, "Rowley, I'm gay." Rowley slams the door in his face, and then Greg sits there on the entry carpet thingamabobber and just cries his eyes out.
Wow.
It's an interesting read.
That's a real thing that exists.
That is a real thing that exists, and one where it's the apocalypse.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And Rowley closed the door. The rest of his family, they all died.
Let me find where
Okay,
Hosta
cool.
was. I think you were here.
I'm about to make a really bad take, you guys.
What?
Quick, Hosta, read loudly.
Kanaya approached me after both the others had left.
No, you can.
I may not have told you this, but her smile is very fetching. It should be produced as often as possible, with as much enthusiasm as possible.
Smile more.
Sleepover was fun. Your sleepover was fun, me. My mom's party won't be half as thing. Nonsense! Your mother apparently knows exactly how to party. I pointed to the gold trim on the invitation. This is
The
smart
gold
work,
trim.
Maya.
Classic notification about how to throw a party.
It's very silly and overcompensating, she said hotly, looking at her shoes. I wish she wouldn't. Exactly how I feel about around my mother. Fortunately for you, mine is a woman of entirely too much pomp
Yes, pomp.
Yes, pomp.
and airs, she complained. Horse is fun to talk to. The only solution is to spend as much time around each other's mothers. Reasonable. And by Rose, you smooth.
She's
you
so
smooth.
subtle. That's what I like about
Rose, like, I don't know why, but
She goes for the jugular on everything.
she's like the more and more that she speaks, the more and more that I imagine her in like Victorian era dresses and stuff, because it just
Right.
I don't know. She's trying so hard to be so sophisticated.
We talk about Dave and Kanaya like getting along and being like really good friends a lot. I think there is a lot of chemistry between Rose and Karkat, and because
There
they
absolutely
both
is.
they are always at 100%, both of them.
They are way more similar than a lot of people are willing to admit.
They're
invested
invested in
even
being
in
the
any
best.
flushed quadrants, but I think they're probably not Moirails, but a very similar area.
They I think they vacillate between like being Kismesis and being Moirails.
Yes.
No. Every time that the only reason why they're not always Kismesis is because they agree on troll solidarity. That is the only reason why.
Yes.
Literally anything else, they are trying to kill each other.
That and they both
galaxy
like,
brain.
mentally register.
Wait,
that
you
and
said
they both mentally register that they're both like very wordy.
You believe in the inherent eroticism of being 100% on 100% of the time.
You believe in Rose and Kanai is you believe in the inherent eroticism of Victorian era.
If you believe in if you believe in Rose and Karkat, you believe that just because an equation works, that means that in real life it applies as well.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know where you were, Hosta. Here, I think.
Reasonably. And Vikesent, Tether. Really? Obvious.
You there,
Pasta,
Hosta?
we do not hear you.
Hosta pasta.
Hello?
Hello? Are you there? Ooh.
Hello, Mr. Obama?
Hosta, are you there?
Mr. Obama, oh my god, I can't even believe you're there. Hello, Dave, how you doing?
You cut out.
Hello, Dave. I'm a Barack Obama.
Wait.
Yeah. Oh.
Dragon Drop, we have to do a fucking live RP of Dave and Obama at some point, please.
Oh yeah, no, legit. There's a part in epilogues where they meet.
Yeah, I've heard.
No. There's a lot of content that is dropped there
because it
with Dave and Obama. But yeah, I would love to do a live role play of just me doing Obama voice for like the next 20 minutes, and Dave back and forth.
I am not hosting that.
What if you call me?
I will.
That's
have
like 4
no
o'clock in the
part
morning.
this.
4 in the morning. I'm only high on like Circle K sweet tea. Somebody brings the malt liquor, and we go at it.
So
yeah, we'll host it on. We can get the Belmonts to host a Smash stream, and we can do it there.
Nice.
Oh, absolutely. I'm in the middle of playing Luke.
Dragon.
Me.
Dragon, why?
Because noodles.
You have summoned the Belmonts in chat.
I said the bad word. I said pasta noodles.
No, you said smash.
No.
Oh yeah.
Smash.
Listen, the Belmonts and I have already played together. We've been talking about streaming it.
Nice.
What's Belmont's main? What's Belmont's main?
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was fun to watch.
I'm not going to tell you that because I want all three of us to be on as equal footing as possible.
If you say anything that uses a sword, they're trash immediately. And that's coming from somebody who plays a sword user.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
If you play Crom, if you play Marth, you play Lucina, you are playing the game at easy difficulty.
All right.
I love to play Isabel and get totally trashed.
Hey, Dragon Drop.
Yeah.
I'm going to whoop your ass with Lucina because you said that.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'll whoop your ass with Lucina as well. Come on, man, let's go.
Do this.
Dittos, Lucina dittos. I'm an Iceboy main though.
Like reasonable adults now.
Let's
finish reading.
Hosta says ask if we can all talk like reasonable adults. Also, Hosta.
I think you're.
Lucina have people that say that they don't like using capital letters whenever they roleplay, so they just use they don't even press the shift button.
God.
And I'll live by that.
Hosta. Oh, we lost Hosta.
Yeah.
Hosta just fell off the face of the earth. What will we do now?
All right.
Would anybody like to take Road?
Yeah, let's get our. Oh,
I'll
she's
take Rose
typing.
if Rose doesn't come back. Okay,
She's
yeah.
gotta go. Okay, cool. All right,
Okay.
backup Rose.
Okay. I love doing Rose. That's good for me.
I know.
It's because I listen.
You feel
Y'all
the
call
way
me
about voicing Rose that I do about voicing Kanaya. I understand.
Yeah.
The proprietary.
It's because I've met like 6 of
Uh-huh.
them.
Yeah. Because my older sister is Dirk Strider. Yeah.
Because I
That's
always
fair.
hated
That's
Dirk
fair.
Strider for 2 years.
Okay.
All
She sued her high school for having a graduation prayer.
You are here, I
Okay.
believe.
Yeah, okay. Let's get back on it. Seems logical, she said, and it was victory, although she was still blushing. Seems very logical. Thank you. Do you want to come in? I opened the door wider. My mother isn't here, but I trust there's something to do anyway. Rose, please.
Wink, wonk.
You are a teenager. Please. That would be nice. She called for her sister and informed her of the plan. Porim smirked, and I made what I think might have been a lewd gesture. I wouldn't know. I was deliberately not looking.
Sure.
So Kanaya came in, and after a bit of bumming around the house, we settled on making cookies together. Kanaya is much better at baking than I am. Although I have attempted it in the past, there's something about food preparation that simply doesn't work for me. The debacle ended up with me sitting on the counter and watching her use my kitchen to its fullest extent. I will tell you what I saw and try not to be biased in my observations. She was wearing a lime green sundress with a pink ribbon tied at the waist and a black choker around her neck. At one point, she spilled a bag of flour, and so there were streaks of white in her dark hair and skin. She moved purposely around the kitchen, more intent than I had ever seen her. At one point, she started making notes on my mother's recipe and would carry the pen she used either behind her ear or between her teeth, where her tongue would on occasion dart out to trace it. These are my observations. This is...
Oh my god, you make it sound like she's reading off like an LPB documentary or something.
Yeah,
PBS.
The tongue thing was egregious. Rose.
That's her tone. Like, that's the way Dave, like, I don't know, man. He just talks like this whenever. It doesn't matter what movie he's in, this is just how he talks. Like,
Yeah, no, you're
the
right.
Striders and the Strylons just have monotone. That's just a thing in my head.
But like
They're
they
just different
can and will actually like use some sort of like, I don't know, drive or like emotion in their tone, but it's usually whenever they're completely caught off guard. Otherwise, it's like this well documented, precise utilization of language.
Writing their dialogue is using the language and the words to imply what tone would normally imply.
Yeah.
And the thing between like Rose and Dave is like with Rose, she's like that person who with the violent thing. it's perfect that she plays a violin. She's 100% a violin kid. But like Dave is that guy who wears the upside down shades and plays the first like 4 notes of Megalovania on like a drumstick.
Yep.
Somehow he does it.
Dave is one of those percussionists who's a percussionist because he's really good at a whole lot of other instruments, but he just has ADHD, so he's in drumline.
That is correct.
Yeah. And also like any other time
And drums are cool.
he doesn't want to like spend the time to truly practice and become like a master because he's already a master of like all of this stuff. He's already mastered music theory. He just wants to make memes.
Yeah, he's JoJo.
He is JoJo. That's what I was just thinking.
My life goal.
JoJo with Dave.
my life goal has been completed. I shall make comedy for the peoples.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Right here.
Almost done with the chapter. The cookies themselves were delicious. She hopped up on the counter beside me to enjoy them, ate hers slowly, nibbling around the edges and licking at the melted chocolate chips in the middle. It was very cute.
God fucking Rose, man.
That's a weird energy. Kanaya nibbling on cookies and licking.
Do you
Okay,
bake?
but-
I was curious. No, but my mother does. She used to work in an assisted living facility, and apparently she liked bringing treats for her charges. They always enjoyed them. Also, John, if you want to do Kanaya in these bits too, you can.
Yeah, okay, that's probably a good one. Is this next line Kanaya? I'm not sure who's that.
No, that's Rose.
Okay,
and
yeah.
then Kanaya.
Go for it.
Another reason your mother is objectively better than mine.
She takes care of the elderly?
She can bake, I corrected her. Do you remember my mother's pasta? Or pizza?
Was well-grated cheese.
It was pathetic.
I think she deserves some credit. At least your mother does something important. She's a scientist.
Yes, but...
But what? She's sharp as a knife, and she cares very much for you and Roxy.
Well, she could stand to show it, I said, trying to come off as cross, but not immaturely so, and slid off the counter.
She does.
Agree to disagree, I said lightly, and helped Kanaya down from the counter. You'll take these home, of course. If she noticed the subject change and its suddenness, she didn't remark on it, and it made me like her even more.
I will absolutely not.
You did all of the work in making them. I won't stand for this.
With your kitchen and materials, it would be theft, really.
Take half, I pleaded.
Only to shut you up about it.
She insisted, but smiled at me again, so the petty argument was worth it. Roxy
I'll argue with anyone if it makes a girl smile at me.
Yeah, you see?
Damn.
Yeah, you got it, please. That's the mood. Roxy ate all of the cookies later on, which I informed her was inconsiderate and rude. But she only laughed at me and told me to get Kanaya to make some more. The sheer nerve of my sister, honestly. Sometimes I marvel at the disrespect I am paid on a regular basis. As always, the inquiry box is open. Feel free to solicit advice on any and all supernatural feats you have witnessed or seek to witness. Have a good evening, readers. Tentacle Therapist.
Nice.
I
I like your Rose, and I like your Rose in this in particular. Like,
Yeah.
it fits the tone
Yeah.
really well.
It's because, like, she's trying so hard not to show all of the emotions that she's feeling so much.
Yeah.
she wants to make. I see what you're coming from. It's like she wants to make the content that she's making available so clear cut and like concise that it starts to fray at the edges almost.
Yeah, like, I mean, that's the Durst Dreamer thing, is like, she's trying to cover up her sincerity. Dave does it through irony, she does it through prose.
Mm-hmm. She's wordy to get around feeling stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Being sincere.
Oh my God, there's
I want to
I lied blindly.
I think of those like TikTok memes where it's like the I don't know, this is just me and my John headcanon, but like I think of those TikTok involving like people making jokes about like being alone and like never finding love and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I'm thinking is like Dave would definitely be the type that makes that kind of content, and it's for of course ironic reasons, was like ironically unironic because it's ironically unironic or whatever. But like John just doesn't make the content. He lives out the pain that these people are trying to make jokes out of.
John is the type of kid who he hates summer because he doesn't have any reason to do anything anymore. He just sits in his bed, and it's like anybody walking like John. That's me right now. Well, technically not me because I just finished high school, but freaking like somebody walks in the room, it just smells like a lack of deodorant, and John's just sitting in his bed with like cookie crumbs all over his face. Ugh.
Poor baby.
Curtains closed, ain't talking to nobody. And like whenever he's online, it's like, "Hey guys, what's going on?"
Hey,
do you all know the Simple Plan song? The what's it called again? It's like woke up it was 7, waited till 11 just to figure out that no one would call.
I think I've heard it.
Ooh, I feel that.
So, quick check-in. How's everyone doing? Because we've been going for about 3 hours. I'm good to keep going if everyone else wants to, but...
Oh, hell yes.
I'm down.
I'm ready to keep going.
Good. All right, cool.
My throat hasn't been gone yet.
Very good. I'm actually going to step away because I've got to refill my water real quick, so I'll be gone for like a minute, and then we'll read something else.
I'll go use the bathroom.
I'm gonna go get some water.
Simpletons. I have 2 cans of sweet tea at my ready and pretzel nuggets.
What is a pretzel nugget?
It is a peanut butter filled pretzel.
Oh, okay.
It is 2 wonderful things being put together in a way that could not be done.
A hard pillow, if you will.
It's a cultural reset.
A reverse pillow.
Oh, absolutely.
Reverse pillow.
Yeah. Wait, actually, they did make them. They made like peanut butter surrounding a piece of pretzel, and made pretzel surrounding peanut butter. I don't know. I like the ones
Are
where it's
your
like
pillows filled with peanut butter at home?
No, it's like the memory foam kind of thing. Stole one of them from my aunt.
So you have to go to the kitchen for snacks at night.
Yeah, I do.
I feel bad for you.
Oh yeah, it's even worse because I don't think you understand the fear of walking out of your room at 3 o'clock in the morning, and the only thing that you can do is either go to the bathroom, but the bathroom is down like a long hallway, and like all you can see across from you is like the opening to the living room, but it's so dark you can't see anything. So like I pull up my phone and walk down the hallway with my flashlight because I've seen too many horror games to know where this was going. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Cool.
Totally not going to use my phone. Shine down the hallway.
All right.
I've never felt scared because of horror games or horror like movies. Like it never transfers to real life for me. I'm just scared when I'm watching or playing it, and then I'm like, okay, cool. Except for Soma, because that's philosophical horror and that's haunting.
That is quite haunting. I used to be very susceptible to horror, like bleeding over into real life, until I went through a lot of shit in real life, and then I got out on the other side and was like, this stuff doesn't affect me like it used to. Neat.
I've always been really touch and go as to what horror affects me. Like, I've gone on record with a few people of like, it's not a brag, but I've never really been affected by horror movies, particularly. Like, they don't tend to leave me with any kind of like dread or anything.
That's fair.
But every other form of horror, I am extremely susceptible. Like, there are horror games that I agree are bad and not scary that will make it hard for me to leave my room at night. Like,
yeah.
I imagine Outlast would do that because the following mechanic is terrifying.
Oh, weirdly, Outlast is one of the ones that doesn't, but I think it's because I just like it a lot.
It's a really good
Oh,
game.
I see.
I'm really disappointed that Outlast 2 was not particularly good.
All right, I'm back. I have a question for
even Outlast 1 I was very disappointed in. And
I
what's
have
up,
a,
Dragon?
Yeah, what's up?
I have a question for Buck. So you said something along the lines of pitch Carcat is galaxy brain. I've heard the phrase pitch before. I don't understand what that means. What does that mean?
Pitch is black romance.
Oh, okay.
Religionist romance.
It's the spades.
Okay. Oh,
Also,
okay.
You're running into an issue that apparently everyone has. That Bucky and I sound the same. I'm clever.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind then.
Sound
Do it.
alike.
I can tell apart now.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
definitely.
Also,
Most of the
does
time.
anybody get the joke that's my name on Discord?
Drag and drop.
Exactly.
Oh,
like
I get it.
my cousins like one of my cousins are like a big tech person, so like
Right
I always
click.
thought
Banned from server.
That's so cute.
Thank you.
That's actually
please.
really cute.
That is
Thank you,
clever.
please.
I appreciate.
I
the
was
pun.
always so like confused because I was like, what? How the hell do you do a drag and drop? I'm just like moving stuff on my computer. How do I do that? I'm sorry. That was very Steven. Oh my god. Okay. First of all, let me back up real quick before I start doing a bit of Steven musing. But anyway, yeah. Now I realize it was drag and drop, and I always like the idea of dragons and their symbolism. So
hell yeah.
Oh, that E.
Okay.
the other one that I had was a Snoozy
That
Boy, which
means
is my
cute.
Twitch.
So this
Oh,
next
thank you.
one, it looks like we have narrator, Carcat, Dave, and Dirk.
Well, since I want to,
Can I be Carcat?
Yes.
Can I
Oh
be
dang! I was
Carcat?
gonna say Carcat.
I would like to be. Oh, I want to be Dave since
I'll
like
be the narrator.
like clever. It's funny because like I love doing John. John is like one of those voices
Your
that I
John is
love
good.
doing.
Your John is very good.
But thank
Wait,
you so much.
Someone else if someone wants to be Carcat.
I want to be Carcat.
Okay, who am
I
I?
love Carcat.
Fleece, do you want to be the narrator for this one?
Oh, sure.
Cool.
I just love Dave is just a thing that I've never practiced that much, but it's still like a great
Your
thing
Dave
to do.
Is very good. I like your Dave too.
Thank you so much.
All right. I'll read the introduction and the summary, and then y'all can take it away. Misery Loves Company by Amberlyn. Dave and John are together. Jake and Jane are together. Carcat and Dirk couldn't be fucking happier. Really. All right.
Carcat was happy for Dave and John. He really was. But he wished he could be happy for them alone, at home, not at a bar he was dragged to, and quite able to see how happy they were. They were trying to be subtle about their affection, but it was easy to tell if you were looking. Stolen glances, brushing fingers, both lingering just a little too long. Carcat needed to stop looking. They were trying to be respectful of his feelings, and somehow that made him feel even worse. He stared into his half-empty glass for a moment, then downed it.
Carcat being a Knight of Blood hit different for that.
This is
and knowing how bonds and ideals work.
Whose line is this, Dirk?
Someone says something. Oh, the bartender.
No, it's
wait,
someone,
is that?
It's Dirk. I think this is the line.
Dirk.
Yeah. Okay, Dirk.
Another vodka for the lady.
Someone said, sliding up next to him. The bartender nodded and Carcat glared up at the intruder. Great, the other Strider.
That's Carcat, I think.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It was water, asshole.
Nice.
Dirk didn't turn to look at him.
How do you know the lady I'm referring to isn't me? Awfully presumptuous.
I love your Dirk so much.
It's a really
Dave
good
is.
Dirk.
It's such a good Dirk. It's why I modeled mine after.
Carcat rolled his eyes.
What do you want, Strider 2?
Why does Dave get to be player 1?
Because I knew him
God.
first, dumbass.
It's like Brandon Rogers whenever he does his country, no, his southern straight man thing. That thing. That's my take.
I haven't heard the name Brandon Rogers legitimately in close to a decade.
That's a name.
He still makes content.
A long, long time.
A sip of water, the bartender slid over to him and grimaced, then slid it to Carcat.
Your water, madame.
Damn.
Carcat grabbed the glass and sulked into it, not drinking, just glaring.
If you're looking for entertainment, go find your boy toy.
He growled. Dirk sighed dramatically.
I'm afraid I came to join the Lonely Hearts Club.
He
Oh
said,
my god.
gesturing to the corner of the bar where Jake and Jane were smashed against the wall, displaying some serious PDA.
Sorry.
Carcat mumbled. Dirk shrugged.
It was inevitable. I was just an overeager placeholder.
Carcat involuntarily glanced back at Dave and John, who were laughing, shoulders and heads pressed together conspiratorially.
Yeah.
Dirk nudged him with his elbow.
Plenty of time for self-pity later, though. Time to live it up and drown yourself in booze or Fago or whatever the hell you trolls drink to get down and dirty.
Carcat snorted.
I don't need any help looking like as much of an idiot as these fucking clowns. Thanks.
Dirk raised an imaginary glass.
Cheers to that.
Such a dark way of dirking things.
They sat in silence for a while, staring at their hands, letting their thoughts spiral slowly down. Dirk cleared his throat.
I'm sorry about you, my bro, by the way.
Carcat looked up, but Dirk's head was angled to the other direction.
I was rooting for you.
Carcat slid his once again empty glass back and forth between his hands.
Thanks.
He muttered.
Same to... You know what? Not same to you.
Carcat was suddenly at attention. His body swung around toward Dirk, first one fist on the bar, the other in his lap. Dirk looked at him, face neutral.
Gee, thanks, dude.
You're welcome. I'm being serious here. That was a shit relationship for both of you. He took you for granted and left when things got too hard so he could be comfortable rather than challenged. Fuck Dave. Fuck John. And fuck Jake.
Carcat was shouting now, and Dirk stared at him, eyebrows raised, mouth slightly open. The bar was loud, but not so loud that a Carcat tantrum went unnoticed. A couple of looks were passed, and Dave and Jake made their way over.
Is this guy bothering you, Carcat?
Dave asked, smirking.
Oh, it's Jake. I'll do Jake.
Yes, I hope he's not giving you too much trouble.
Jake said, elbowing Dirk.
We're fine.
Carcat growled.
We're fine.
Dirk agreed.
In fact, you are bothering us.
Carcat jabbed a clawed finger into their chests, and the pair fell back in shock. Dave began.
No, I'm done. Let's go, Dirk.
And before anyone realized what he was doing, Carcat grabbed Dirk's hand, and Dirk was all but helpless to follow his hurried footsteps out the bar and down the street.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Jax, I'm so I know this is some riveting fiction, but you're framing Dirk Cat as a rebound, and that is just
it's so good. It's the logic.
Comedy.
Yeah.
Also, it really reminds me of that. I don't know. It's that one stock image of those four girls that are pushing on each other. Yeah. But it looks a lot more sensual than it actually is. Yes, that one. It looks a lot more sensual than it actually is.
It makes me think of a tweet I saw today. There was something like, "Why do you ship that?" Well, it started as a joke, but then I got emotionally invested.
Yeah,
some people on Discord suggested it.
Yeah,
it was a meme, and now it's a dream.
Dirk allowed himself to be led along for a few blocks silently.
People started Dirk Cat as a joke, and then all the trans masks were like, "Oh fuck, oh god, oh my god."
it's like this fic in particular is acting out the catharsis of moving on from Dave Cat and Dirk Jake.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. You are both sides of the rebound.
Yeah.
They are the power couple that we did not need and that we deserve? Possibly? Question mark.
I mean, it raises the question of a possible Dave Jake. So, who knows?
Ooh, that would. Oh wait, okay, okay. Wow, all right. That's an interesting.
I'm being the kombucha lady to that.
Sorry.
The kombucha lady, she has a bunch of rapidly changing faces in reaction to drinking kombucha, and she's like, nah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
but can we talk about
the context was?
Can we talk about how Jake and Jane have the same energy as those people on the romance dating island whatever shows where they're all on top of each other one day and then they're like, I can't stand you, I don't like you anymore. I don't know. There's
dysfunctional. Is that the word you're looking for?
They have the energy of a couple who forms on Survivor.
Yes, that is
yeah.
right.
Oh, they find out each other's secrets with their past with other people, and they're but then they're I can't resist.
Okay.
And then they're also well,
but wait. Jane Resi. Yeah. I wrote a lot of Jane Resi, and it
Wait,
actually
I
works
read some Jane
super
Resi.
well.
Pitch,
I think I've read a Jane
Jane,
Resi before.
Vriska, the disaster couple.
Oh my god.
It's because Jane and Vriska are the same character.
Jane and Vriska. Oh, no, they are 100%.
Jane
is
gives me a lot of difficulty. I don't really have a handle on her at all, to be honest.
Jane is like, I don't know. She
There's a
like
lot of ways you can
continue.
go with her.
She continues to make up stuff as she goes, and if something goes wrong, she's like, "Oh well, shit. It is what it is. I'll just fix it in post."
That's the thing about the Alpha Kids is like one of the intentional aspects of how they're written is that they're kind of impossible to actually get a handle on.
Half of
They don't have
half
as much
of
character
Dirk
development, so
when
you
when
gotta
when
sort of make shit up.
When Dirk like in the
Alternia world building baby.
Damn
I liked in the I like for like
Yeah, like there's no way to know what parts of themselves are honest and what parts aren't. And so the individual reader kind of just has to take the parts that they like and use those.
It's why it's
Well, yeah, it's like with the trolls, like half of them were just jokes. So you have to be like, what if they weren't treated as jokes and take them seriously?
I was thinking
Even with the gimmicks.
Right.
And depends on what you take seriously about them.
one of my favorite parts of reading Homestuck like through the first time was like when Dave like opened himself up to Dirk, because like in that instance, even though Dirk had been pretty much like as dead on arrival in personality wise as everybody else, I felt like for him it was good, at least for Dave's sake, because instead of having to form a whole like personality to have to deal with Roast Rider, he just had to sit down and just kind of speak his mind almost, and Dirk let that happen, or at least he allowed a platform for that to occur, which is why that's one of my favorite parts.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people, it resonated strongly with a lot of people.
Yeah,
it was cathartic, especially because like I was an update reader, and like that for sure, like the alphas on like an archive read feel a little emptier than they did with like the months-long hiatuses in between where we like scrutinized.
We were desperate.
Yeah, you have no so I'm an archive reader like 100%, and
me too.
Reading through, they're not well developed from a textual perspective, but if you had time to let that sit and develop your own feelings about them, then you basically fill in the gaps.
Everyone's doing art.
Yeah.
Everyone's writing meta.
That's
Like
why-
about like all the branching possibilities you could go.
That's why I didn't start. The Alpha Kids didn't click for me until I started writing fic with them in it, because it forced me to do that. I had to build characterization.
It was flipping the coin, where it's not the result. Like the coin was flipping in the air, but the act of writing is you deciding which side you want it to land on before it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, I really like.
And then the coin just does whatever the fuck it wants to anyway, because you've built the character up and they just kind of do things.
Yeah.
Shout out to the MSP Adventures like story that I read, where it was like alternate universe Earth with like Pokemon and with Beta Kids, and Vriska was flipping a coin. Well, no, she challenged one of the people to flipping a coin, and then at some point the girl was like, okay, the coin flips on neither side, and so it just like lands on its side.
Yeah.
Oh, like it's so cool. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I can't resist.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna continue.
Reading.
Dirk allowed himself to be led along for a few blocks silently. Then Karkat dropped his hand, threw himself back into the side of the building, then let his body drag down until he was sitting on the ground.
So dramatic. It's such a Karkat thing to do.
Dirk took a seat next to him and leaned his head back into the brick wall, watching Karkat out of the corner of his eye as the troll tried to smother himself with his hands.
So,
Dirk said.
Don't.
Karkat groaned. Dirk didn't. He was content sitting, still and quiet, until Karkat regained as much composure as he was ever able to have.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
He finally said.
You didn't drag me into anything, dude.
Yes, I did. I literally took you by the hand and literally dragged you out of the bar and into my own private pity party.
He was gruff, but apologetic and a touch mortified. Dirk turned to him and placed a hand on his shoulder.
For one, no one makes Strider do shit. If I didn't want to be rescued from that bar, you wouldn't have been able to whisk me off my feet.
Karkat snorted.
2, you're not the king of any pity parties. I don't see why we can't go halvesies on the chips and coke and have a good, miserable time together.
Yeah, because 2 dudes whining about how pathetic they are sounds like a fantastic fucking time. Great idea, Strider.
Karkat rolled his eyes. A smirk threatened to emerge on Dirk's lips.
Now, don't go putting words in my mouth. I specifically said a miserable time, not a fantastic one.
Karkat just snorted again. Dirk removed his hand from Karkat's shoulder and ran it through his own hair.
Are you planning on heading back in, or should I walk you home?
No, Glob, no, I'm not going back in there. I'm heading home. Without an escort, because I'm not 5 fucking sweeps old.
Dirk shrugged.
Your loss.
He stretched, preparing to stand, but instead swiftly swept in and placed a light kiss on Karkat's temple.
Thanks,
he murmured. Then he got up and casually walked back to the bar. Karkat eventually managed to shake off his surprise.
Mother fucking Striders!
Sweet, I liked it.
Why do I feel like Dirk started taking a hold of the narrative like he did?
Dirk's just like, all right, I got a smooch, and I gotta justify it.
Old Dirk, taking control of, or old Karkat taking control of the narrative is like, like he can see the characters about to get steamy, and he's like, can't have that, and then they kissed. Scene break.
So, John?
Yeah, what's up?
So just John's fic what it was.
Yes, but it's less of a dig at Homestuck 2 and more of like Karkat loving, because like he loves it in movies, right? He loves romance as an academic pursuit. But he sees Dirk and Jake about to get it on. He's like, all right, fade to black. Oh my god.
It's like
he likes it, but he doesn't like it that much. Or at least, I don't know.
He likes media of it, but like real life is a lot to handle.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta go away from keyboard just for a second.
Okay.
So, a ship, in my opinion, that works, like, I don't know if it'll work at all in reality, but it works on paper, would be Airden and Roxy, for the pretense that Airden's BS is just something that Roxy ignores because she knows she doesn't have to entertain it.
That's
gender trans via way of gamer girl. Like nobody else will hang out with Eridan, and they just become like
they get really good at League together.
Yeah, I feel that.
Like they get really good at League, and then Roxy's like, "Okay, you need something with at least a marginally better fan base. Can we please play Overwatch?" Like it's not much better, but it's a little better. It's better by a matter of maybe a degree.
I have not played League, but Overwatch is pretty freaking bad.
No, yeah, listen.
I played both.
I'm not saying it.
But if anyone wants to play Overwatch with me, I'll do it.
All right, bet. What character do you mean?
Best endocrinologist.
I like May and Bridget and Roadhog.
I hate you. I hate you, and I like you.
Okay, we have a couple fics. Okay, this one is a slightly longer one. Okay, check in. How's everyone doing?
Ooh.
Facing opposite keyboards.
Because we've got this one probably is about 20 to 30 minutes of reading. These are short chapters.
Save it.
Oh my god!
Another time.
10,000.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, this one is long, but the chapters
has very
are
short chapters.
And then we've got this little funny, like 200.
Oh, let's read Egg.
Let's read Egg. Okay. I'd like to do the narrator on this, and we've got a Jane, a Dirk, a Roxy, and a Jake.
I'll do Jake.
Cool.
I'll do.
I want to hear more of
I'll do
Clever's
Jane.
Dirk.
That's
I need
Bucky's
more of it in my
Dirk.
life.
Bucky's Dirk.
Sorry, Bucky's Dirk.
I'll do Roxy.
Okay. And
I'll be Jane. 2 lines.
Okay, cool. All right. Egg,
Oh wait,
this is...
we did already do this one, I think.
We've done it on
this
ours
one?
before.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay, well, we'll do it again.
Yeah.
It was so good we did it twice. I don't think I heard that one. I think it was before I started listening. Egg. No one has taught Dirk how to make eggs. Sometime in the distant past, 4 friends exist inside a humble kitchen that is yet to expand as part of the magnificent mansion it will someday become. 2 friends are chatting around a small breakfast table, while another one is leaned against the sink, watching their host as she runs around in a hurried cooking frenzy. She closes the oven and suddenly whips around to address Dirk.
Eggs ready, dear? I need to use the ladies' room. Thank you.
Jane rushes off without actually waiting for an answer, and Dirk tries to keep himself looking composed. After a moment, he clears his throat and responds, despite her not even being in the room.
Okay. Yeah, I know how to do that.
Why do you look so panicked? Dirk, why do you look so panicked?
Dirk walks
I love
over
that.
to the egg carton on the counter and flexes his hand.
I don't... What am I supposed to do?
You make it sound like one of those documentaries where it's like the people practicing, like, I don't know, it's the swords and like the improvised like mall ninja type weapons is like this thing can cleave into the bone with one single strike. You crack the egg into the pan.
Oh my god, what?
Who taught you to make eggs?
No one has taught Dirk how to make eggs.
Shut up, I can do this.
Are you crying?
No.
Blimey!
He's not yet. Dirk takes a deep breath and opens the carton.
For 10 minutes.
Carefully picking up an egg, he tries to envision any food tutorial he has ever seen for eggs. He has
How
a
to
dry
basic.
mouth, a sweaty egg hand, and a surprisingly empty head. Dirk suddenly slams the egg into a skillet that is turned off.
Ooh, don't go in the bathroom for a while now. Dirk, are you crying?
No, that's definitely a Jane thing to do. Is say, hey, don't go to the bathroom about 20 minutes, y'all.
Hey, Felice.
Yeah?
You have blessed me on this day by being, I think, the only person in my life who I've ever heard casually pronounce LMAO as a word.
Oh, I do low and loud and awful all the time.
I've never heard anyone do it outside of 2002 era memes. It's
I do
blowing
it
my
too.
mind.
I do it as well. It's
like,
oh, watch out for the double spacing.
I think of pronouncing acronyms like that, and I think back to shit like Rafflecopter. Like,
oh my god!
Rafflecopter.
That's where my brain goes.
I really want to read that Solix and
Oh
Cardcat.
wow, I didn't do this part right. Hey, guess who's reading? Some people with Twitter handles. Oops. I swear to God, I'll fix that next time.
Nice.
Thanks. Should have checked that one first. Yeah, no, hey. This was actually really fun and worked surprisingly well.
It did. I was very glad to be
yeah,
given the platform to do this.
Yeah, I don't know, Bucky and Clever, what y'all's plans are for doing your future fic reads, but if we want to ever do this community thing again, I would be happy to. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, honestly, like, I've been sitting here thinking, like,
why not do this like once a month or something at least?
Yeah,
like,
that's fine.
The three of us are all doing it, and like we're working together on it. I don't see any reason not to at least occasionally like just team up and make it a thing we do.
Right.
Just expand it to the community and have different stuff.
Everyone drop your actual Twitter handles in chat so that people can follow y'all.
Connect the chat.
Yeah.
I'm very Homestuck on Twitter, so I think I'll abstain for now.
Mine is literally just Adult Universe Watch. I'm very
Mine
consistent
is
with my branding.
Mine is not at all Homestuck. content, but
Boy, snoozy.
shut up.
All
a
right.
reference to my
Hey.
other. Yeah,
So,
exactly.
Before we get into talking about random crap, who has stuff they want to plug? Bucky and Clever. I'm going in the order of who's on my list on general voice chat. So,
Okay.
Bucky.
We should go last because we.
Yeah. Okay, Dragon. Plug stuff.
So, hi. This is Dragging the Drop. My Twitch is snoozy underscore boy. So it's legit just my Twitter handle, but backwards.
Nice.
And my Twitter handle is my Twitch name, but backwards. So it would be BOI underscore SNOOZY. That's BOI underscore SNOOZY. And then if you want to get my Twitch, which I will probably be doing, I don't know, League of Legends content on, it'll be fun. And I would love to see y'all, yeet Deb. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
My Discord, Twitch personality's not been made yet. I don't know what to do.
No.
Drag and drop. Fucking drop your friend code in like the Videos James channel, and I will whoop you at Smash. Probably not tonight because I have some writing to do, but
I really need to take what I was going to write as like a Wattpad level fan fiction and make into a masterpiece and put on Archive of Our Own.
do it.
Yes.
Fuck yes.
Oh,
You go
absolutely.
Airiden Redemption arc, the only one that ever existed.
Ooh.
All right, Fleece, you're next on the list. What you got to plug?
Hey everyone, I would just like for y'all to read my fic on AO3. My name is Fleece, and that's about it.
Sweet.
Please comment. I'm dying.
Fleece is a delight.
She really is, and her writing is quite good.
Oh, thank you.
So I have lots of things. This is my Twitch channel. I read my own fic every Sunday at 7 p.m. Central Time. I just kind of go through whatever I feel like reading. Next week we will probably be reading the Jade Resi story that I wrote. I've got a ton of writing on AO3, so if you want to read like 350,000 words of Homestuck fandom, that's there. I'm Alt Universe Wash on AO3, Twitch, Twitter, pretty much everywhere. And I also have a podcast called The Alabaster Bible. If you want to,
it's so good.
So good.
Non-Homestuck gothic horror magical realism kind of thing.
I'm still just real quick, John. I'm still begging you to let me voice something at some point.
Me too. I want to be a part of this.
Forget about that, and am absolutely. I have it in the back of my head.
Thank you. It would be
next
an honor.
episode is, I think, the last one I'm going to voice all myself. So
Cool.
I will try to work that in somehow. So yeah, I will drop a link to that in. I just go onto Twitter. It's.
Yeah.
There's links to everything. That's the Twitter handle. Nope, you did the thing. Yeah, there you go. All right, cool. But yeah, I've got lots of writing. Read my writing. Bucky and Clever.
We're the hosts of this here podcast at Will It Homestuck on Twitter. We have been releasing episodes once a week. We might keep doing that depending on our mental health. And I have an upcoming fan venture that we're in the process of like kind of pre-production on. That'll drop at some point. But keep an eye out for it. I'm doing some high fantasy troll shit.
Really looking forward to that.
Hell yeah. I'm Bucky. Most of my writing is like waiting to be published in zine, so I don't have a lot posted.
Yeah.
I'm Arachnid's TARDIS on AO3 because I made that handle when I was 15. It is both Homestuck and Doctor Who because I'm cool.
Yeah.
I'm at Thing Liker Bucky pretty much everywhere else.
I should drop my personal. I always forget to drop my personal.
Yeah. And I don't know. We also stream our fan fiction usually at this time slot. I think we've gotten our setup back up, so we'll see what we're going to be doing next week. But otherwise, our podcast drops Saturdays, usually around noon or earlier, depending on when.
Or maybe like an hour later if I don't schedule it and I wake up at 12:30.
Yeah, Saturdays sometime. Yeah. And if you're watching this on on John's channel or in a back, like a, if you're back watching, you can go to will@homestuck.carrd.co and join our Discord. We have temporary links through our card right now where you'll disconnect as soon as you disconnect from the server, as in like you shut off your phone or something, you will be disconnected in general from the server unless you set like a pronoun role. We had some spam issues recently.
That was fun.
So we just have that as a safety precaution on the link.
I'll say hi.
But yeah, y'all are. I actually don't know who all is watching on the Twitch stream, but the people in the voice call are all in the server already.
Yeah.
So. Yes. I think most of the everyone on the Twitch stream is probably on. Okay, I guess the Belmonts are not on the voice call.
Not supporting the mans. Can't believe this.
But they are on. They are on the Discord. So yeah, no, this was a lot of fun, and everyone. Yeah, this was great, Sam.
Pasta's pfeffery was a dream.
That was great. I really that.
Pasta does a good pfeffery.
This went really well. I think that went really, really well. And also, Fleecy, I'm glad you liked my very off the cuff, random attacking troll, because I got to that part in the narrative and I'm like, oh shit, I need a character. Time to go into D&D GM mode.
Because like it did sound like threatening enough that like, you know, you got the feeling across really well.
Right.
That's like my favorite part because I like writing fight scenes.
Nice. Yeah. No, I
and like
that.
Imminent death scenes.
Yeah. You're like shit is happening. Writing is good. I like that a lot.
Thank you.
So yeah, no, this was great. And it was fun.
I had so much fun.
Yeah, it was fun just talking to everyone too. So
yeah.
And this will go up on my YouTube channel whenever I cut it together and wait for it to encode and upload. So probably tomorrow. Yeah, it takes a long time to upload these because they're like 3 hours long.
1,000,000 hours long.
Yeah.
I get the feeling.
Next time I'll be prepared and have the readers' names and Twitter handles. Thing.
I think it was very good for a first try at it.
I think it went really well.
It went swimmingly, everyone.
Your voices were all great, and you did good, and it was a lot of fun to read. So cool.
Thank you so much. That's so nice.
Oh no,
I appreciate.
You mentioned wanting to do voice acting.
Organizing.
Oh yeah, no problem. I'm happy to do this. It's good practice for me, and I like reading stuff. So
yeah, continue complimenting me. Thank
you.
No,
your voice was really good, actually. If that's something you want to do, that's definitely something you can do.
Yeah, I think your voices were really convincing.
Thank you so much, please. This is the one time I get to express myself as a Scorpio. Okay,
there you go.
I can do cutesy voices, and that's it.
That's fair.
I'm sorry, Drag and drop is the real Vriska of the server, and that
my light is showing. I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah, that was
Bear.
Everybody's complimenting me now.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Can we do that? Can we just ask for compliments?
Sure.
Yeah.
Please compliment me now.
I think it's cool.
Your Dave is really expressive.
Your Dave is very good.
And like,
no, I was the one who asked for compliments. It's me.
Your writing is awesome, and your voice is actually quite good. Your voicing of the work was pretty. I like
Fleece. The Fleece.
I appreciate everyone's compliments so much. Thank you, Fleece. Thank you, Clever / Buck. Thank
Fleece,
you all.
You asked for compliments, and the monkey's paw curls.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Man, I wish I had some more time to play Animal Crossing.
Oh man.
Some other thought, and I don't remember what it was now. Oh well. Oh, that's what it was.
So,
I actually really one thing I like about doing these is I love seeing how everyone interprets the characters because everyone's version of every character is a little bit different.
God, clever.
And I really like that.
I said the monkey's paw curl. These are the consequences for your actions.
Compliment Monday.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I love doing these readings because you get to hear everyone's individual takes on it, which is awesome. Cool. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end this stream now. I think we did good. We did good job. We're all awesome. Hey YouTube, we're all awesome. Yeah. Yeah, my 4 subscribers and 10 people that will view this.
That was epic.
Oh, hell yeah.
Epic moments.
Hell yeah. I always say if at least one person was influenced positively by what you made, then you did a good thing. So,
yeah.
Awesome.
You're about to have 5 subscribers if I can find your YouTube channel.
Hell yeah.
Which I can't because
it's not Alt Universe Wash. It's actually Kanaya Says Trans Rights. But I will post a link to it when I put the video up. Yeah, my YouTube is super long and verbose, and I use it to mostly just host these. So
yeah.
Very Kanaya of you.
Exactly. I'm the official Kanaya Merriam on Mastodon, or at least on that instance of Mastodon.
Oh, I was gonna say as a joke, will it Homestuck podcast episode of the server?
Yes. That actually would be a lot of fun.
That'd be fun.
We still need to actually do that live show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Shit came up. We got held up.
It's fine.
Yeah, no pressure.
It's fine. Y'all are doing a lot and like building a community, which is not a minor endeavor. So.
Oh yeah, like I think it's a great space.
Yeah, like the last couple months, we've gotten like 30 people joining the server.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the big thing for me has been like, we might be the ones who had the idea, but I don't like the idea of it just being us. So like,
yeah, no,
regardless of technical difficulties, I think it's very good that someone who wasn't us was the one who hosted the community.
Also,
reading.
I almost forgot about the other thing I wanted to plug. So I have a podcast that I wanted to start.
Drop the link in the chat because the chat will be on the video. It's being recorded. So yeah, drop the
I
link.
need it.
In the Twitch chat, not in the Discord chat.
You can also drop it in the Discord chat if you want.
You can do that as well, but if you want the whole world to see, drop it.
I do in fact want the whole entire. I want this to be reposted everywhere. You know.
Yeah,
handle the business.
Here
it is.
Right there in that Twitch chat.
Let me just.
So y'all are doing a really good job of not like. I've never gotten this sense that this is like I don't know how to say this word, it won't sound weird. I don't want to say you're not in control of it, like it's just all spiraling out of control.
I mean, it kind of is.
But you're not being like you're not like,
in like a good way.
The only people that do shit, which is nice. Like it feels like everyone kind of gets a chance.
You invited us, but you're not like cop level authorities,
right?
Yeah, if that makes sense.
It's
not. We love totalitarianism.
I like the idea of being somebody a lot of people know, but I don't like that extending to they trust what I have to say and think of me as an authority.
That's fair.
So like, yeah.
That's how I feel about it. Like I want people to read the things I make and like them because I like attention and I want to touch people's lives, but I don't want to be like an authority. Like that's a very terrifying idea to me. Like no.
Facts.
No.
Give me attention and I'll be happy.
Yes, sweet attention.
I will give you attention, Fleece, and that's a threat.
Oh yeah, same
monkey's paw. Like I think anyone that creates wants people to appreciate what they made, but
I was trying to drink my sweet tea, please.
Only some creators want people to like worship them, and I think that's dangerous.
There's somebody. I don't know if they're in the server, but there's somebody who turns in when we stream who writes like Phineas and Ferb fan fiction.
Yes.
That wasn't Nick's, was it?
No,
it's not.
Was it the My Name is Celestia Ludenberg?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't remember.
I
their
feel like it's
Discord
someone really
name.
young.
It is. Yeah. It's a. I think they're a minor.
I don't.
Yeah, they wrote like that, like. Phineas and Ferb and like Danganronpa stuff, I think it was.
Yeah.
Ferb and Danganronpa.
It's just fun to read
It
it
is
out
so
loud.
much
and
fun
I
to read.
Enjoy it a lot.
And it's not like super long either, so it's very easy to do it in like little chunks, which when you don't know about the fandom, you know, that's
anything about Danganronpa or Phineas and Ferb.
You know what? Really easy to digest and make fun of. There's this fan fiction that I was reading to like 3 a.m. with, and we weren't even like we were like 40% done. It was a very, very terrible emo Harry Potter like crossbreeding it was disgusting.
Raven Dementia Way?
Hmm?
The classic My Immortal?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that fanfic.
It's the thing about like my brain draws this parallel of like
Stared at me. I put up my middle finger at them.
Like my brain sees browsing fan fiction and watching bad movies in the same space where like
yeah.
Like not in the sense of like most fan fiction is bad, but in the sense of like somebody made this.
Yeah.
Like no matter how it hits you, no matter like how good they are as a writer, no matter what their technical skill, like somebody put in the time and effort to make this. And even if it bores you to death, there's something there.
Yeah.
Like,
which was human effort.
Yeah, I
like,
really like I try to stay
even
away
if it's
from, like,
ironic,
dumping on fanfic because a lot of it is written by people that are either young and inexperienced or they're just inexperienced as a writer. And like you said, they're putting effort into it. And there's like looking back on my own old writing, because I was really hard on myself for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And then looking back on it, it's like, you know, actually there was a lot there that wasn't terrible. And it just hadn't been developed because I was a teenager.
That and like, it's really important for me to remember that like, no matter how high it is, if I set a high bar of quality that I want in the things I want to consume,
right,
then there might be any number of things that fall below that bar that I would love.
Exactly. Yeah. Like,
and I don't want to miss those.
Right. You don't know, and it's very low effort to just give it a read. Like, it doesn't cost anything, and if you don't like it, you can always just stop reading.
Stop.
Right.
You know, I just stop reading, right?
Like,
and
like the reason I engaged with Homestuck the way I did was because I read fan fiction. Like, I read the whole comic. I got, for a little while, I was a spider breath shipper. So I got really into like Nightfall, the comic, and I read Frontierstuck, which is a really fucking amazing AU, which unfortunately is completely dead. And I was like, it's really cool to see what people can do with this work. And that geared my mind to engage with the media in a way I definitely would not have otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Please. It sounds stupid, please. How do you feel about John Rose?
I think that the presence of Rosemary has mostly eradicated any other Rose ship.
That's right.
And also, John Rose also feels very like compet to me, like in the way that, like, you know, children's cartoons always put the main boy and the main girl together because that's how it has to be. And that's kind of how I feel about John Rose, which is why I got turned off of Paratitician's writing, because he did John Rose and I did not like how he did it.
Yeah.
But I would make room in my heart for it.
I feel like with it being as it is, and with like, I feel like anybody who does John Rose content needs to be aware of like the two things that, well, John's not as stupid as he seems, and that Rose is not, you know, like some perfect person, you know.
Yeah. And she's not there to mom anybody.
Right.
No, she will do it, but that's not her purpose.
Yeah. So
and
John Rose is like John trailing behind his girlfriend, going, "Hey, maybe we could slow down." And she's like, "Excuse me, we have like things to do."
I think also wait, oh my god, Rose being an ass and John knowing how to piss Rose off enough to the point where like I don't know. It's like a thing where like they just keep on trying to outdo each other.
Yeah.
Almost.
Oh, their pitch.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go against the grain here. Actually, I'm sitting here. I'm pondering like, I mean, a lot of my Beta Kid analysis comes from the early comic because I feel like the early comic is good. And
John doesn't play pranks. John doesn't troll on the same like plane that Rose does.
I think
It's like
so I'm thinking about it and I'm thinking about the dynamics. I feel like those two would bring out the gentler sides of each other. I really do. I think that Rose has this edge to her that shouldn't
That
be
John's
taken away.
sincerity sort of cuts through.
Exactly. There's early conversations I remember between John and Rose where like she tries to tease him about something by ironically or by like sarcastically complimenting him, and he just takes it as a compliment.
Yeah.
And it just bounces off. And
she's like, "Oh, you're such a fucking dumbass."
Well, no, she realizes like, "Oh, he's not barbing at me. He's not he's not needling me. He likes me as a friend."
Not everyone is my mom.
Right.
And exactly. And so she has to remind herself to be nicer to him because she knows he doesn't have ulterior motives.
So
I think that, and
Yeah.
Belmonts, I see you, and I think what I'm about to say would work regardless of Egbert's gender, is that I think that their relationship, if they were committed to each other and they spent a lot of time like just them, I think it would bring out confidence in Egbert, and I think it would bring out a bit more compassion in Rose.
So my view on it, because I write a lot of post Act 7 content, and I write a lot of content where they're older. So a lot of what I do is kind of like, how would they potentially mature and develop as they aged and got more experience? And I'm a hardcore on June. I mean, like, all the way. I don't like John as much as I like June, and the way I interpreted it, that was a sort of a John as a person is kind of like not fully developed yet.
No,
but regardless,
I feel like there's so much.
I see
I'm
June
sorry.
as being so I'm kind of in the same camp as far as sincerity. Like, she's a goofy person, but she's not an insincere person. Like, the way I write her is very like, she'll be like goofing around and saying just like random crap, and then she'll say something that's like completely from the heart, and it's 100% sincere. Like, she's either just being silly or she's being very sincere, whereas Rose has a tendency to be kind of like deflective. And I can see how that could kind of work, but in how I see it, and I feel the same way about June and Vriska, is I see them better as being platonic, where they do have that dynamic where they sort of like temper each other, but not necessarily in a romantic way, just in a very strongly committed platonic friendship. That's how I wrote the Spider Breath whole thing, which, like I said, I was a Spider Breath shipper, but then when I started writing the characters, it was like, you know what, that doesn't work the way I thought it would, and they're not into it. So okay, cool.
Yeah. Now I want to write June Rose. I want to write like AU where they don't play the game, fucking 14-year-old sleepover June Rose right now. Shit sounds good.
I wrote, the reason that I wrote the whole June, what is it, Rose Con Vris Resi, was because someone on the Lady Stuck Discord said something about like, that would be a neat ship, and I said, yeah, it would be. And then I wrote a whole fucking novella about it, and then now that's just the way it is now. Like, it is what it is.
Your fucking rate of output is staggering. I have to say.
I think if it was given more time with at least what was hinted at it, I feel like Aridin and Karkat could have been something.
Aridin is a character I haven't done much with, but I feel like him the way I do about Vriska, where I think it's possible to write a redeemed character, but it requires a lot of effort. Like,
Yeah.
it's,
Damn,
I don't.
unless you go
can't do-
AU really early.
Right, exactly. I mean, and that's, if you want to do it within the canon framework to any degree, you're going to need to put some work in. Just like with Vriska. You can't just say, well, everything's cool now. I mean, you can.
Because she cried and like hugged everybody.
Right, like that's what I started writing fanfic on, was redeeming Vriska. And oh my god, it was a lot of work. And I kind of cheated a little bit because I said, hey, when she's in the black hole, she was like there for like 900 years from her perspective. So I got to do like the kind of metaphysical transformation thing in shorthand.
I thought about myself for a very long time and realized I was wrong.
Well, I think John, like the utility of you doing that is, the way I read it was much less of a cheat and more of
this is what it would take.
Well, like the framing of it was, we all know what Vriska would need, like what it would take to force her to introspect and to actually think about herself and grow.
Oh yeah.
But that wouldn't necessarily be compelling because it would take a long time and she would be miserable for most of it. And so you framed it in a way that allowed you to exposit it out in a way that it fed the information to us such that it created drama and it compelled us in a way that just following her through nearly 1,000 years.
Oh, that would have been boring as shit. I mean,
exactly.
She's literally just repeating the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting. I started to write because when I was going to do, I wanted to bring Aradia in, and I was going to write a story where Aradia comes back and she is fucking pissed at Vriska and like basically drags her back into that place, and they kind of go through like what happened to her in more detail. And it really didn't work. Like, it was a boring story. And so what I ended up doing with Aradia is she's talking to that not me narrator, the sort of fake narrator character. Yeah. And basically is like, wow, what's fucking wrong with you? Like, why would you do that to somebody? Like, you think that's justified, that you just made them relive their trauma for 1,000 years? And the narrator's response is basically like, I don't know, I didn't mean to. And like, but having Aradia be this more sort of like detached character worked better, because at a certain point it just feels like you're just, hammering the same nail until it's fucking all the way through the board.
Eridan's the cross-dresser.
Oh, I mean, if I'm gonna, all I was thinking was if I'm rewriting a redeemed Eridan, like I do not plan to retcon. Retconning is going to make it much harder because, like, let's say, Kanaya patched up Eridan after chainsawing him. Like, that doesn't, fix all the other stuff that went down after the fact, and it surely doesn't, give the punch and power that it does to Kanaya sawing him in half in the first place. But then equally, then there's so much good content that comes from the idea of like Fefri and Eridan just being miserable in the dream bowls and being like, what do we do now?
Yeah. I don't know enough about Eridan's character to write him
Eridan
at this point.
Like, and that's the problem. Eridan has the smallest amount of characterization done because he was like the quickest character to die off.
Yeah.
Everybody else has miles and miles of stuff to be written about them. That's what I.
Well, I mean, never mind. I'm thinking.
No. Speak your mind.
Well, I can't because it's percolating.
Okay.
I had an idea while you were talking, Dragon Drop. I was thinking of like, what do I think it would take? Like, what circumstances would force Eridan to grow into a better person, right? Because that's a piece of screenwriting advice I heard once, was like, the circumstances of the movie happen because they are the only thing that will force your character to change for the better.
Yeah.
And so, like, I was thinking, like, what are the minimum circumstances that would force Eridan to grow the fuck up? And I think what it would have to be, he would have to spend a little bit of time with the Befferent trolls.
Ooh, that's a good one.
To meet Cronus, I think he would need to spend some time with Cancri and with Horus. I want to say Porim, but I also don't want Porim to be the put upon mom who solves all the boys' problems.
I don't like seeing Porim like that. I don't read her that way at all, and every time I've used her, I've tried to give her a whole lot of agency. Like in the noir.
Just drop the link on that, baby.
Yeah, nice. Like in my noir AU, she's like basically a mob boss, but like a nice mob boss.
Wait,
But
what
she's
is
not-
giving? What is giving characters agency? What is that?
What
does that mean?
Like they aren't
Are they
just
doing
like the
stuff or is
fix-it
stuff happening to
Yeah,
them?
like they're not just like the mom character that fixes everyone's problems.
Oh, okay,
kind of
okay.
thing. Like she's actually got a character.
They're like the agents that drive the whole plot itself.
Yeah,
Is
Bingo.
like,
okay.
Are they a person or are they a prop?
Right.
Do they cause things to happen or do they react to things that are caused?
And
I need to take a serious rereading of the before and content because, like, sweet baby Jesus, I realize now that first of all that's like a
It's so thin on the ground that you can basically do whatever you want with the archetypes that the characters are. And that's what I'm doing. It's like, fuck it. Just
follow Yoix Crow on Twitter, Drag and Drop.
Damn
Yeah.
right.
I want to say that being reactive isn't necessarily bad,
Oh, no,
but
it's
like
not.
it definitely there are certain people who are always put into reactive or caretaking roles,
Mhm.
and I'm not going to be here for that.
Yeah, and actually, one thing I'm working with Porim in the one I'm writing now is that at the point we're at in the story now, she is very reactive. She's basically like Scratch's, Gopher, because of things that haven't been revealed yet, and some of which I haven't thought of yet. But I want to make her more of a character with more agency as the story goes on. She's not POV because I've got enough POV characters already, but she's going to be like important. So yeah, like that transition can mean something too. It doesn't have to be like they're a active character all the time, 100%.
I thank all of you for like giving me the stuff, and now I have like a whole another like plot point that I want to go through because what I was gonna do was
nice
like now like what originally was like John throws a party and then Eridan's like talked into going to the party by Carcat, talk no jutsu .jpg and then he goes and whenever he goes to that party, something triggers like one of his like past memories of like killing Fefri. And maybe it's like the punch or whatever, and like he breaks the glass and everyone's like, the hell is wrong with you? And then like I don't know, Fefri comes over, gives him a hug, and then he cries and everything's made and redeemed and stuff like that. And now I'm like, wow, 13-year-old me was terrible at writing.
I mean, yeah, like every teenager lacks the life experience required to convincingly write some of that stuff, and that's
I
not
think-
bad. It's just what it is.
Christopher Paolini.
I think
Oh my god, please.
I
Come in my childhood with a box cutter.
Well, to be fair, it's because I, as a 12-year-old, idolized Christopher Paolini, and then I reread Aragon, and then I was like, wow, this is bad, actually. And also, his parents are the publishers. I need to, like...
Oh, really?
Wow, I did
Yeah,
not
his
know
parents
that.
are publishers.
I didn't...
That's how that was a thing.
Well, that explains things.
I mean, listen, they're bad. I still like them.
That's
You know what? Fair, because I like a lot of bad stuff, too.
fair. Oh,
Aragon is just not my flavor, though. Not as a grown-up.
That's true.
Or even a teenager.
I read a comment on one of Optimistic Duelist's posts about John Egbert. It says right here, as an heir of breath, John's imagination also isn't really his either. He just inserts himself into the worlds he enjoys, being Nicolas Cage and Con Air, being the main character in Armageddon. It's all about inheriting the imagination that others have crafted. I think me just saying that he throws a party is in of itself something that John would do. And like he wouldn't even be one of the main people that like he might ask
It's
around
very
and be like,
Gatsby. Like playing a role.
Because
Yeah.
John is somebody who the plot happens to a lot of the time. Homestuck is something that happens to John.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting, that's like
Even
John,
with like the trolls guiding him, it's like
right.
they're
Even-
like puppeteering him.
They're like, John, you gotta do this. John, you gotta do that. John, you gotta do this. John, you gotta do that.
Well, I mean, that's the back to Aragon. Like, that's the fantasy protagonist thing: is you are given incredible power at the beginning, and then you are dragged along by the plot by a series of increasingly death-flagged mentors until you get a power up at the end that makes you the hero, and you choose what to do next.
Which is literally exactly what happened, especially in Meat.
Yeah,
Meat
that's John's arc.
Meat was something else.
But like, something I think is really interesting is like there's something shared between Breath and Void players in that they describe not having anything inside them.
But they also have some influence that is done by some other power. Void being literally just like the old gods, and Breath being the plot in of itself.
Yeah, and like because Optimistic Duelist has pointed out, like, Breath has connotations to almost the Buddhist idea of breath as like the body is a hollow vessel for the not holy but the spiritually significant breath.
Yeah.
The act of breathing.
That's
Homestuck, with its always like not quite edgy but definitely existentially dreadful tone, takes that and says, yeah, if the body is a vessel for breath, then the body is hollow. There's nothing inside. There is only movement. There is only plot, no humanity.
John would, I mean, like, and this is starting to make me think that instead of like making a thing that involves, I mean, like hope and breath, and just in general them needing a redemption arc, it makes you wonder, like, if in fact the case can be made that a redemption arc is necessary, like if a redemption arc is necessary for them, you start thinking existentially that redemption arc is something that's required of the plot. It may not be what the character wants in of itself.
Yeah.
But like
So
sometimes you need characters that don't change, or sometimes you need characters that are like foils for other stuff.
oh,
like-
absolutely. Static characters are an important thing. I hated reading Demon Slayer and watching the well, I hated the thing that they did in Demon Slayer, because every demon had a tragic backstory. There were no pure evil demons. There was nobody who said, hey, I just want to kill people. I want to eat young girls because they taste the tastiest, or whatever freaky, disgusting reason why they became a demon. Everybody had something sad about them. And I understand this is supposed to be, and like, and Tanjiro was the exact same way. The protagonist always apologized. Like, he always said, like, oh, I'm gonna sit here and just and you know, keep you company while you pass away to the unknown. And it's like,
Devilman Crybaby did that a little bit. too.
Yo. Devilman Crybaby.
Devilman Crybaby, just saying it in general.
What a beautiful stylistic choice they
Real
had.
quick, I'm about to class
So
back
beautiful.
Tanjiro, Heir of Blood. I was thinking Sylph of Blood because he's healing familial bonds, like with his
Is this Devilman?
No,
this is,
Demon Slayer.
Oh, okay, never mind. Well, I don't remember the Devilman names anyway, so.
I'm thinking Heir because he isn't specifically healing because he kills demons, right? He's not a healer because he is definitely destroying some stuff. And so I think more than anything, he is enacting some kind of change upon the relationships and the bonds that
you also forget the fact that he is literally harboring the change that's necessary for people to see demons and humans as something different, which is Nezuko.
Right? Nezuko could be his familiar that an heir gets, right? Where she's not more powerful than him, but their relationship is part of what gives him his power.
Well, then then what would that make Muzan then? Like a witch or something?
Who? Sorry, I don't remember all character names.
Michael Jackson.
Sorry.
I'm serious. The guy who looks like Michael Jackson.
Give me a color.
White hat. Demon.
Oh. Main demon guy. Gotcha.
Yes,
gotcha.
Muzan, Michael Jackson.
Okay, yeah. I get you.
I mean, he's the one that creates demons. He created them. Like he's one of the only people that can make demons.
I could see
by giving
him-
them his blood.
I could see him as a maid of blood, or maybe a maid of something, because he's creating and it's for his own benefit.
I would say, well, then wait. Oh, wait. You could drop not even just a witch, but possibly into rogue territory. But no. But that would mean that he's taking from. I mean, he's not taking from something and giving it to others. He's just making.
Yeah, right. He is granting demonhood to others specifically to. Oh my
So
god!
that he can.
He's a page.
Oh,
he's causing service to himself.
Absolutely. And the only reason why he's doing it is so that he can get this. It's you want to know why? It's so that he can form this massive power thing at the end of the story. So like whenever the end of story comes around, he's like the strongest demon that ever lived, and like nobody can kill him, right? Because of the fact that he spent all this time trying to get that thing, which was Nezuko. So he made things in order to make that happen, and people surrounded him were in fact in order to make that thing happen for him.
Yeah, like he's doing the page thing where he says, "I'm serving you. I am serving you by giving you this great power." But in reality, what he's doing is causing them to have allegiance to him.
Hi, kitty.
He's making them have to do what he says. Otherwise, he will like take it away from them, which is to kill them.
Yeah. God, it's a good anime. I should read the manga.
It is a great anime, and they basically got to the end of it by the time that the manga is coming around.
Hi, kitty.
Good, John?
We're still on. I just y'all
Yeah.
don't need to see the reading, so I just
Okay.
can that. Yeah, no, we're actually still recording too because this is a really good conversation. So
I love getting into. This is legit the only reason why I made my
hey, get
podcast
down.
in the first case, because I just love first of all, Homestuck is such a good read. Everybody should read Homestuck, I think. I think that if Homestuck was like how Optimistic Duelist is trying to do it and make it more accessible, there are things in Homestuck that I didn't get on my first read through, and like I'm in my second read through right now.
I read
I'm
it
like,
with the Wikipedia open pretty much all the time.
Right, because there's no way to understand what goes on unless you understand everything that's going on. And the other problem is that
I don't even bother trying for the plot. I'm there for just
Lord.
like
I
people
really
hanging
connected
out.
with the characters, and I actually the reason I read Homestuck, like I was aware of it like way before I really thought about it, and it's funny because my my cousin had shared the Ballad of the High Bloods little meme thing like 4 years ago, and I was like, what's this thing from? I'll check this comic out. Oh, this is a lot of reading. I don't want to do this right now. And then like 3 years later, I was watching YouTube and I found a bunch of like these Homestuck MEPs, and I'm like, wow, these character designs are really cool. And then I finally committed to reading it, and here I am now.
Yeah, Hussey still. I'm sorry, our Father who art in heaven still has us all wrenched by the throat until he decides to finish off this godforsaken plot.
No. Homestuck is firmly in the "it belongs to the fans now" camp. I mean, really, the fandom.
You mean
is the
our
best
Lord and
thing
Savior
about
Hatsune Miku?
I will rescind my comment. We'll say that for the most part, everything that was Homestuck is done, and it's been made pretty obvious.
I still follow the new stuff just to see what's going on. I have a lot of issues with it.
Just so you can spite right for it, though.
I'm looking forward to the next update because if it pisses me off, I will do that again.
Pogger Vriska. Pogger. That was a meme that I saw killed me.
It took me like, I think 3 full starts before I actually read Homestuck to the end. Like, and this is a story I've told Bucky a fucking countless times, but like, I spent so long, like, I would ask people like, "What the fuck is Homestuck?" Like, apparently, something that Homestucks like to do is not answer people's fucking questions about Homestuck. And so,
yeah, that's a whole thing around it.
In 2018,
Is that a
I
thing?
dated somebody who
Yeah,
was a
that's a
Homestuck
thing.
who read it.
Yeah.
And who was a big fan. And I was like, okay, what is Homestuck? I've heard that it's a comic, that it's a video game, like it's being published as a book. Like, what is Homestuck?
They're making a somebody's making somebody's making the whole like Homestuck game experience into an actual game. It's called the Genesis Project.
Yeah. Someone's posted a link to that here before. I want to try it out.
It's really fun, actually.
But like, my question of what kind of media is Homestuck?
Right.
People just refuse to answer me for years.
Multimedia.
And so I built up this image in my head of this like daunting mass media, like completely impenetrable thing.
Right.
Basically like Disney.
And then, well, like I moved in with Bucky, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm wearing this space pendant, and I'm a big Homestuck fan."
No, we
And-
had not in. I just I met you.
Yeah, but it was in that process. And I was like, okay, maybe you can answer this question for me. I doubt you can, because apparently nobody can. What media is Homestuck? And he just went, it's a comic.
Right. Like
It's a webcomic that sometimes has flash animations.
There's a lot
sometimes has
going
flash
on,
games.
but the actual explanation is not that complicated.
Exactly.
Right.
Right.
It's a multimedia comic.
But then she starts reading it, and then she messages me, and she's like, "Nobody ever told me it was funny."
I actually got genuinely upset as I was reading through Acts 1 and 2 because I was like, this is just a funny webcomic. It's easy to follow, and I know who everybody is, and the world makes sense, and everything is explained in plain language to the reader. It's not inaccessible at all.
Right.
It's just a funny webcomic. Why could no one tell me about this before now?
One cannot be told what Homestuck is.
We keep the locals out.
Pretty easy, actually.
If we do not stop telling people what Homestuck is,
We cannot keep the locals out.
Oh no.
God.
So and like, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What? So I was at a marching band competition in 2012, and I remember maybe even 2011, one of those years, and I remember being on like the home side of the football field and in the away stands at the competition where all the like band kids sat. I saw somebody wearing like a black beanie with like a teal, a pink and like a yellow stripe or something, and a black T-shirt with a teal Libra sign on it. And I sprinted around the football field and like up the stands to go talk to this girl. And because I like RP'd with her over text messages.
Oh my god, that's adorable.
That's a very
I feel that.
mid-2000s thing to say.
I ended up going to a prom stuck
Did
event.
you have to press S 4 times?
In 2014.
Wait, why press S 4 times?
Because
that's what I had to do on the brick of my phone.
The old phones where you just had a scanner
Oh, I feel that.
Oh my god. My phone in high school only stored 30 texts, ingoing and outgoing. So I had to constantly be deleting them in order to keep getting incoming texts. It was a nightmare.
Cell phones weren't a thing when I was in high school. I was in high school in the late 90s. The
John,
internet
you
was
are-
a thing, though. I was on the forefront of that.
Do you like the okay? How do you? I have a question for you. How do you feel about like modern? Okay, like Stranger Things versus any of like the '90s, like Stranger Things or Riverdale versus what you watched, like the teen romance high school shows. Because I feel like
I mean,
I don't know.
When I was in high school, I was watching shit like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and like Star Trek.
Oh my god, did you watch Dawson's Creek?
I did not, but I was aware of it.
My sister loved that. I think
too.
you're about her age.
Yes, I think you mentioned that before. I was too gothy to really be into that, but
Did you watch
really
Alias?
I did not. I don't know if I had a particular reason. I just kind of never started watching it.
Yeah, fair. It was too violent for me as a kid, but I was like very fascinated by Jennifer Gardner's multiple disguises.
That's fair.
So like if y'all don't mind me going back, so I have two things. So, like first is the web comic that I'm gonna be making. The second is my my Homestuck OCs. Well, I'm sorry, not the webcomic, the fan fiction. I'm sorry, the
that's
fan
fine.
fiction.
Still good.
It's all creation.
Just hear the disappointment. It's fine. From so like now that like because I used to have such a clear defined understanding of how a character was, and just like with every book, the more that you reread it, the more defined whatever that ideal is for you.
Right.
And with Aridin not being very closed off, like he's not a very open and shut character. Like every other person that he's going to go see are also not very open and shut characters either. So I want for there to be that the only thing that really like he learns from them permanently are like things that they don't do, or at least like if he needs some sort of like genuine like affection from somebody, he needs to learn how to do that from himself and from what they aren't providing. If that's something that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think I see what you're getting at.
Hey,
because like
as a procedural thing, something that might help you to hash out who he is to you and in your take on the world, I would suggest, and I suggest this because it worked for me, was that you start writing something with the character where he's doing something and interacting with people and feeling things, even if it doesn't make sense or it doesn't quite work, and maybe you never publish it or never put it out anywhere, but it'll let you dig into who he is, and he'll start to have a personality. Like the more you write the character, they'll start out like when I started with the Vriska fic, I just kind of like had this idea for what she was going to be doing and just like threw her into a scenario, and then she grew as a character out of that. And like I think you could do the same thing with any character, and you don't necessarily have to put it out there, but I think that's one of the best ways to write, is to just kind of like start writing a scene and then
me and Napita, baby.
That's why
hell yeah,
that's why role plays are like some of the that's why whenever I used to be in this web comic, this fan dub, not fan dub, like one of the MSPA things,
the fan adventures.
Fan ventures.
Yeah.
And what we did was all day every day typed as our characters.
Oh yeah,
so
like the forum adventures. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yep.
They still do a few of those on the new forums.
Not even that. It's just within like the amino that we were all located in. We all just chatted as our characters, did role plays as our characters, and so I from that realized what I wanted for my OCs to be like. So now I'm going to talk about my OCs, my babies. So would y'all like to know about the Azhagars or about the Cornuts?
I would, but I'm gonna peace out of the call because I really need to go to the bathroom and I'm sleepy. So
okay.
However, I'm not opposed to like
rest well
doing another voice call at some point where we just hang and talk about like writing and OCs and shit.
Yeah,
that seems like
absolutely. I love.
Yes, please.
Yes,
I love the implications for it.
OC's good.
You know what would be an interesting thing to do would be to stream onto Twitch this kind of conversation, which I feel like has a really niche appeal, but there's probably a few people who would dig that.
OC Book Club?
Or just writing, like writers talking about random
Writers
shit.
Workshop.
Yeah, like talk about whatever, your OCs, your work, your thoughts on characters.
I don't have OCs right now, but
like
I definitely need help with my fic.
What we've been doing for the past hour, basically, but like we intend to do it from the beginning.
Yeah.
All right, time to make Eridan into a tulpa and have him live inside my brain.
And if you want to talk like world building stuff, drop that shit in the
Yeah.
Discord.
I mean, that's kind of the hostess been doing it. But no, I was thinking about that. Like that's kind of almost the premise of half of our podcast is
Mhm.
like,
Right.
we're just gonna screw around with an existing story and dig out what we like, and then mush it into Homestuck.
I mean, I'm not gonna. We won't beat around the bush. Y'all, who are our patrons, pay us to make fan fiction.
We do that.
Like,
Doo-doo.
part twos on our episodes are literally just us writing crossover fan fiction.
Yeah,
like
pretty
fucking
much.
screenplay style, like a writer's room. Fucking
Yeah, exactly.
And,
That's
like-
one of the. I think that's one of the things that I really dig about this, and why I got into your community so readily. Because I'm very like peripheral. I drop writing, I say a few things, and then I go back to ranting about shit on Twitter. But one of the reasons that I found this community to be engaging is it has a very like writer's room kind of feel to it. It's like a bunch of people who create stuff that are all just kind of talking about it, and it's really cool because it creates a dialogue that I don't see a lot, because the bigger servers get bogged down with their own internal stuff. And that
Every
is
big
what it
server
is.
has some sort of like giant fracas where like
Yeah.
somebody comes out and does something really terrible or whatever.
Even just like it gets crowded and it gets busy, and like the conversations can be very interesting, but they tend to be very transient. You know, you'll have a really interesting conversation, like MSPFA.
And certain people will dominate,
Yes,
even if they don't mean to, and it can be like really intimidating to break in.
This is legit why I do not like most like Homestuck servers, because of the fact that like it's not the fact that there's a lot of people, it's the fact that it's a lot of like young teenagers that all that they do is scream, post TikToks, and type in all caps.
I am not on any servers like that, but I am on a few where you've got a few big.
Even Lady Stuck skews really young for me.
It does skew young. Yeah, I'm active on this server, and then on the PFA server. Although
I'm only in this and Lady Stuck.
Yeah, that they tend to like the bigger servers tend to go through.
Oh, I'm in that.
quickly.
I'm in that POC only one, I guess now, but that one also skews really young.
Yeah, and that's something I'm very aware of as very much on the older end of the fandom. Like I'm still younger than Andrew Hussey.
Millennial.
I will always be younger than Andrew Hussey.
You mean still younger than Redacted?
Hello?
A asterisk, H asterisk.
Something Bucky and I have talked about. It's okay, Momo. Something Bucky have talked about actually is like kind of that worry is like as the server gets bigger, he and I aren't going to be able to engage with everybody the way we've engaged with people up till now.
Yeah.
Like as more people go in, like I like to think I've made friends on this server, like with you, like Fleets and
You're a
John.
very friendly person. I would love to be your friend.
Yeah, and like
I'm honored to be your friend. I'm gonna.
Wait, I'm not your friend.
Yeah, I'm actually at the point where I now have people like Fleece and Bucky and Clever that I actually consider to be friends in the fandom, not just people I know.
You guys.
Yeah. But like one of the things we've worried about is like we can't do that for everybody, and our relationships with newer fans are going to grow more and more parasocial.
Right.
But like that's one of the reasons I want to decentralize, and I've pushed that is like
that's fair.
I don't want to be the figurehead here. Like if I only know a handful of this community on a first name basis and I never meet the rest, that's okay.
Right.
Because that means this community is like people are making friends in other places without me needing to facilitate.
And
not like too bad of an idea either, honestly.
Non-controversial take about the official writing staff is that one of the things I think people don't always get about the Homestuck fandom is that there is no like Homestuck Incorporated big Disney level, like the writing staff is like 7 people who are all friends with each other, and like they've got a very big following relative to the rest of us, but like for the most part they're a bunch of friends that are doing whatever the fuck they want, and
And there's also Viz Media who like does oversee.
Yeah, they do but they're very hands off about it, from my understanding.
Totally just hop in.
They pretty much just copy paste everything from the comic into these books, which
Yeah.
is great. In fact, having multiple medias where it's readily available makes me happy, because now you don't have to necessarily have a computer to be able to enjoy this.
Yeah, like you get that very it's a very parasocial kind of thing where you have the writers like basically just like saying stuff on social media, and they interact with the people they're close to. But I think it gets alienating for some people that are like, on one hand, it's a very small kind of feel, like you feel like you know the writers, but at the same time you don't
The writers
really
don't know
them.
you.
Right, like that's a good way to put it. They don't know you because they're in their own group of people, and that tends to happen with any community. Like that is the process of happening with this community. Not that that's
if anybody remembers the I'm sorry for making such an old reference, the Disney movie Starstruck. It was back in 2010. And
2010 being old.
it's like this.
Yes, that's funny.
It's this
We're old.
white kid, and like, I'm 18. What do you mean I'm not old? I'm getting there, but I ain't old.
I'm like literally 10 years older than you.
I'm 37.
You're 9 years
I'm
older.
Significantly older than you.
I checked in the introductions. I know how old
Oh my
you
god!
are.
Oh my god! Yes, yes! This terrible, awful movie had Chad Dillon Cooper in it. Yes,
Chad Dillon, exactly. Chad Dillon Cooper was whatever his name is, Chris Jones or whatever, some fanciful name, and so like, of course, he has a fan base, and like, oh, the main like the female lead is such a bitch, but it's okay. No, but okay. Two things I didn't really like about the movie. One, the main character is such a bitch.
Sorry. The character that he played on the Disney Channel show Sunny with the Chance was named Chad Dillon Cooper. This motherfucker's actual real life name is Sterling Knight.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
Sorry, I was an interrupt.
Is it Knight with a K?
Yes.
No problem. That was a worthy interrupt, in my honest opinion. So he first of all, the female main character was such a bitch to him because she wanted to. Oh, it perfectly represents what it meant to kind of like encapsulate that idea of ironically not liking something, or just like, I don't know, not like being mean as a personality trait. That's what it encapsulated. And also it's weird to watch it because I swear every time that I watch it, they speak and like you can hear what they say perfectly, but like my brain is like, there's like the camera's all the way over here, they're all the way over there. There's no like echo or anything.
Right.
Like the
suspension of disbelief, I guess.
Yeah,
no, absolutely.
Done in post, or it's done with lav mics.
The acoustics aren't there, and like any other movie that would have like, I don't know, like a lack of acoustics would subvert that with a score or something. Like I'm thinking of that more scene from Star Wars. I never really worried about him screaming and if the echoing was happening because I was so invested in in like the whatever was going on.
Yeah.
But so with that, the main lead's sister said that like she was basically like this dude's like number one fan. She knew everything about him, but of course it's that same kind of like ideal, like, you know, all this stuff that you know about the person is like contrived evidence. I mean, contrived facts. It's not evidence. It's not holding it to court of law. Contrived facts about that person that on a surface level is something that you learn through a conversation, but you don't. And like even something like a social security number or like somebody's credit card information. I mean, yeah, that's personal information, but that's not the person itself.
Yeah,
that's
true.
identification.
It's identifiable information.
Right, yeah.
It's not personality.
It tells you what the person is, but not who the person is.
And I think some of the issues that crop up in the fandom are the result of people maybe not necessarily understanding that they don't actually know some of these people in any meaningful way. Like their personalities but you don't necessarily know them, and then
You don't know me.
right?
Or even
like,
even the characters themselves in Homestuck themselves.
well, that's a whole that's a whole other kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Right? Like, but yeah, no, I get your meaning, and like someone in the writer will say something on Twitter, and people will get mad about it, and it's like sometimes it seems like the result of just
Bucky.
not knowing the person and not knowing the context.
And even if you were to get to know somebody, like knowing that you speak English and that you have a deep voice doesn't necessarily tell me like how you speak. And even if I were to explain in words how you speak, it doesn't fully encapsulate the overall vibe that everything altogether holds whenever it's like us in this conversation.
Oh yeah, and different people present themselves in different ways too. Like I try to be really consistent and straightforward. Like I don't have the energy to put on an air to people, so I'm very like level about what I'm about. But some people aren't like that, and that's fine. That's just different personalities. So if you're talking to someone that's very guarded, you might not know a lot about how they feel about stuff.
Wait, I have a meme for this.
That's fine. Like, yeah.
This is like the third episode of Ouran High School Host Club as well, where like a girl who's really obsessed with the visual novel, like harasses one of the main dudes because he looks like he just looks like this fictional visual novel character and she like projects a whole relationship onto him, and what clicks for her is when he like is rude to her and she's like, oh well, he'd never be rude to me. He's like, yeah, because I'm not your fucking video game character. And it's kind of like that a little bit.
Yeah.
Ouran High School Host Club is a good show, actually.
Oh, okay.
Oh, please.
Always have your guard up. Have I ever heard? You know you haven't, because my guard is always up.
Like it's like different people are very they're different. Like I'm really open about stuff, like, and stuff I've been through, and that's just how I've chosen to be. But not everyone is like that, and not everyone should be expected to be like that.
Well, then also you can argue that even if you say that you're very open, not necessarily everybody who knows you would say that you're open about things.
That's
and
fair.
Of course it's on a case by case basis. And if you know people, you know people.
Yeah.
But
I'm like, I just want to complain about something real quick. Oh my god, my friend is like, oh, you like won't give me your Twitter or like your Instagram, so like obviously you don't trust me and we're not like really good friends. I'm like, dude,
maybe that's insecurity.
Is this the same friend
like,
you were talking about before?
Yes.
Oh my god.
That's insecurity more than anything else. It has nothing to do with
really
you.
Is. Oh, I
John.
don't. I have friends on my Facebook friends. I have a lot of SCA people on Facebook and a lot of family, and I don't go my Twitter and all that where I'm like really in your face about stuff like political stuff. I don't usually promote that on Facebook.
Hey guys, let's talk about politics. Obviously, that's gonna
Facebook
help out
is
everything.
Facebook, but then I got tired.
Here's the SCA stuff, and that's cool, and talk to family, and then you go over to my Twitter, and it's like, hey, fuckers, you want to talk about communism? Like,
right, and then like you can also make the argument that like talking about politics on a platform,
it's cutting out.
Yeah,
like Facebook, most unless in politics and more about sharing ideas, is not going to help out anything.
I mean, no, it's not. I don't think anything that I necessarily say is going to change people's minds, because places like Twitter aren't really built for that.
They're
But
built for short content where you can get a
also-
bunch of likes and retweets.
I feel like it's important that I present myself how I am, and I've gotten people commenting that being really open about queer stuff in particular has helped them. Like, they feel more comfortable being who they are, and that's cool. So yeah, I'm gonna keep doing that, because like I said, if one person is positively influenced by your actions or your work, then cool.
Okay, I said like 20 minutes ago I needed to go, and now
You
I really
did say that.
I'm taking this opportunity It's been delightful talking to you all.
Hell yeah.
Drag and Drop, I'll add you probably tomorrow. Let's
Yay.
go down, dude.
Networking.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Yeah, I think we should all probably call it for the night because
Yeah.
we've been doing this for 4.5 hours.
My OCs.
So yes, thank you.
My attention.
Thank you.
I'll
no,
still be-
drop
I'll
that
still be
shit
in
in
text
world
chat,
building.
dude.
I'm serious. Go into world building. Post it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and we'll do this again. This was awesome and fun. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you people that are watching this on YouTube for sticking around for 4.5 hours.
Yay.
Good night.
Good night,
Good night.
everyone. Thank you all. See y'all later.
Yeet.
Bye.
Yep.